Hey, we're live. Should be working. Pretty sure. Make sure everything seems right. Yeah, looks good. Oh, good. There. All right, cool. So, yeah, well met. I'm Cynical. Welcome to my channel once again. This, all around us here, is Chronicle. It's pretty exciting. It's a custom Mongoose Traveler 2nd Edition campaign set in our version of the 3rd Imperium universe, so it's not exactly the OTU. It's not exactly the original Traveler universe, but it's as close to it as we're getting with a few changes. It is not a completely original universe. It's just a changed version of the 3rd Imperium. We're all a bit new to Traveler in general, and we're using a few optional rules and such, as well as maybe even eventually some homebrew rules. So don't be surprised if something comes up that you don't recognize right away, but it could be a good thing too, because if you know Traveler really well, maybe you'll be able to help us at some point, and that'll come up in another minute as well. So as I was saying, because this is a tabletop though, role-playing stream in general, we'll be mostly focusing on the game. So if you don't get a response in chat, just know that we really appreciate you being here to take this journey with us and take part of a Chronicle and participate and all that. It's really great, and we are seeing you, but we can't always respond. Everybody is welcome here. Just let's all just keep it civil in the chat. We do have some moderation, so it hasn't been a problem so far, and hopefully it won't be. So these are my friends here. Together, we're carrying on what is now a decades-old tradition of CoFH RPG. We didn't used to call it that, but we're calling it now because you got to have a brand. But we are CoFH and have been calling ourselves that for a very, very, very long time. So let's just go ahead and take a moment to get to know them a little bit and introduce everybody and their characters. So we'll do the same order that we did last week, just so everybody gets used to it, I feel like. So just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, and here comes, oh, excuse me. Just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently proselymatic player, it's a hard one to say, Lord Venom 1. Tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and where they come from.
Hey guys, Lord Venom 1, like the Game Master said, new to Traveler, so looking forward to playing that. And I play Dixon Matthews. He is his first career during character generation was as a detective on Tarkeen. Pretty pragmatic, resourceful guy who is now had a little bit of an accident and is starting his second career with these guys, hopefully as a Traveler.
All right. So following that, it's my good friend, fellow member of Screen Room and a streamer in his own right, MadCal234. Tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and where they come from.
Yeah, hey everybody, I'm MadCal. We do Screen Room over on twitch.tv/Screen Room on Wednesdays and Sundays when we're not doing Traveler. And I am going to start streaming on my personal channel next week down here below us, if I can, below me, on twitch.tv/MadCal234. I just kind of stream random things. I'm a developer, software developer, so I'll be doing some coding on stream and also playing some games. As far as Traveler, I'm Ryder Young, former Army, former Navy, good friends here with Dixon and Roman, and I'm gonna be our pilot for a little while and see how that goes. Hopefully I can not crash us and TPK us too early, and pretty optimistic guy. And gonna have fun with Traveler. I'm very excited for this campaign. So
should be noted that Ryder's first pilot role was scratching the paint off of a shuttle as he came into land.
Just paint.
Just paint.
Why you gotta do him like that?
Just a little scratch.
Buffs out. You gotta throw me under the ship like that?
Throw you under the ship. That's great. What's under in space? Next up, my Nakama from another mama. It's Society Streams. Also a fellow fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer himself. Tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and where they're from.
What's up, everybody? Society Streams. I have my personal channel where I just do random games with my friends, things I feel like playing. Variety streamer. We do Screen Room together, of course. And then now my first Traveler campaign, I'm playing Roman Bor. He's a Dolgan from Guaiqing in the Spinward Marches, and decided to set out on a life of being a healer. So he sought out higher education, became a pretty well-renowned physician, and fell into a little bit of a rut here after some bad events occurred, and in my darkest time was reached out to by my longtime friend Ryder, who asked me to be the doctor on his crew, or on his ship for his crew. So here we are.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the Dogon are a culture of humans, right?
Correct. Yes, I am a human.
It's not just humans that are Dogon? Are there other species that are part of the same culture or not?
It's not unheard of, but it's not really like,
it's not common.
We're mostly human. Yeah.
So last but not least, lurking in the shadows and ready to strike, we have Psychocough, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel but also the Screen Room Twitch community. Tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and where they come from, because it's certainly different than everybody else's.
Well, yeah, I am Psycho. Known Cynical since what, 5, 6? So
yeah,
literally
single digit numbers. Yeah.
As for myself, I don't really do much of anything. So playing this character, rulia, is vastly different. She, first of all, is an Aslan, a cat-like alien race who was born away from her empire, race's territory of space.
Hyrit, or whatever I think they call it.
Yeah, the Hyrit. She was born on the world Esteltine in the District 268 of the Spinward Marches.
That's way up in the north.
Yeah, way up in the north of the district. Or Coreward.
Right.
But yeah, she's very family oriented, very driven to be social and part of the Aslan society. But to do that, you have to have some sort of property, ownership, wealth. And that's what she's striving for.
Very cool. Okay, so that's all of our characters and all of our players. I think that means it's time for us to go ahead and get into the intro. So let's do that. I'm going to bring this down a little bit, and then we'll just go right in.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, We stand at the height of the Third Imperium, in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
All right, we're back. So let's kick this back into gear. So before I get into it, thanks for the follow, M4 Kimake, however you say that. Sorry if I butchered it, but I appreciate the follow, bud. All right, so after meeting up through a series of circumstances and communications in an effort to live a life of freedom among the stars, the crew kind of physically meet up after a bit of travel in the system of Colas, where, hungry for the life, you rented a shuttle and tried to work. This is the shuttle that got scratched up that we were previously talking about, resulting in a loss of funds
Every
and
time.
nearly getting every time resulting in a loss of funds and nearly getting yourselves killed on the outskirts of that system on one of those jobs. Deciding to move on to greener pastures with better opportunities, or at the very least just a single hook out there with a hope of opportunity, you booked working passage to Tarsus, the neighboring system, neighboring in that it's a parsec away, to head to the Spacefarers Hospitable Institution that you knew was there from, I think, a library computer. Arriving in system, the ship you were working on found a bit of trouble in the form of a pirate ambush where you cut your teeth on space combat in an effort to defend it, losing one of the chief steward aboard the ship at the time. Eventually making your way to the surface of Tarsus in a quest to find work and astroburgers. You were kind of desperate for work, but were trying to shop around a bit. Kind of found out that there wasn't a lot of work to go around because a lot of it was being scooped up, but there was a job that nobody had really picked up because it didn't pay very much, and it was from a local. So taking a job that seemingly nobody else wanted to help a Universalist friar with an issue in the nearby mountains of Dream. Making the acquaintance of one Addison Dalton, a man that's been through much and is just trying to do the right thing by the community that he helped to build over the years, a community that's now fallen out from underneath him. After a bit of investigation, conversation, and an unexpected ambush at the chapel, Addison left for the Star Town, guilt in his heart for defending himself to the death of his attackers. Hey, J5, what's up, buddy? You found yourselves a few hours later in a stakeout near the chapel where writer distracted in the middle of the night during his watch by a delicious glass of 25-year-old whiskey, missed the approach of a number of individuals towards the chapel in the middle of your stakeout. A little too late noticing them, but eventually seeing that they had already made their way inside. You approach stealthily, all of you, waking everybody up, forgetting to turn off your lantern or realizing that you hadn't turned off your lantern in the middle of the night. The one thing that caught your attention at first, Ryder, was looking across the field here and seeing the face in the church that was facing towards you, clearly looking at the building. Not able to see you, really, through the slits in these boards, but at the very least, the bit of light you were showing from your lantern likely being a bit of a thing calling their attention. However, you were not approached. So you exited altogether and approached stealthily to the chapel, weapons drawn, and for most of you, ready to see what's going to happen. You get around the back of the chapel and see that the door now is hanging wide open. And then Roman hears a strange noise behind him. Eventually, finding the body of a human male impaled through the back with a large spear in the middle of the garden. It is night. The wind is blowing slightly, though there had been a dust storm earlier. It's mostly cleared away by now. You find yourselves huddled here after Roman called out and everybody ran to get together. You don't see an assailant, just a man impaled by the spear. And now that you're close to him and looking down through all these large, taller plants and stuff that were growing in the garden, it's a bit more evident how run through he really is. It goes all the way through the middle of his back, through the spine, and out the front.
I can fix this.
Damn.
So with that, yeah, go ahead and jump right into character.
I dropped to my knees and jumped down and started looking at that guy.
Okay. So you, I assume, are attempting to ascertain if he's alive.
Yeah, first and foremost, for sure.
Or how alive he is, if at all, etc.
All right. On a
Okay.
scale of 1 to 10, how alive were you?
That's
Shake him a
fine.
little.
So let me go ahead and get you to make a. I'm on the wrong character sheet. Let me go ahead and get you to make your medicine roll.
I can do that. Let's see. Intelligence? What's the difficulty?
Int medic. Let's put it on routine.
Stay with me. We need you.
Nice.
I think that's a success. Okay.
Check his pulse.
The
Bring out my metascanner.
sound you heard, it was the gurgling of blood that has now filled his lungs. You can see that he is technically still alive and kind of twitching and stuff, though his mind is probably gone at this point. He's gone through shock and everything. The spear that you can see, though, is now that you've actually made this roll, and you made a 5 effect, by the way, so very successful. The spear literally has crunched through his spine. It is all the way through. There is no saving him unless the only way you would be able to save him is immediate surgery in a med bay with some of the best technology, and even then it would probably be unlikely. It's like a Jason Voorhees killing. Not literally.
Fuck. God.
Damn, what's going on? I'm just kind of scanning around, like I'm looking. I'm still nervous about the church because we still don't know if somebody might be held up in there.
Turbiri. Oh, I pull some. I wipe the blood off his face, and I like hold the back of his head up a little bit, and I like pull his hand over
So
his wound with the spear
as you
on
lift
it.
as you lift his head up a little bit, something catches your eye. You don't need to roll for it now that you're taking a close look at his actual face and everything. As I had described him previously, wearing strange headdress or unfamiliar headdress. You can see now, though, that if I can pull it up, there we go. You can see now, though, that he bears on his collar on the front the mark of Sir Cavos Tavant Silum, a wealthy knight who is known to be kind of involved in this area. He's not particularly. Remember, he's one of the actual. He's a member of the nobility, so he's got the seal of this dude on his collar. Not a seal that would mean that's his name, but a seal that means he would be part of his house, maybe work underneath him. Could be a small vassal of him or something like that. It's hard to say, but.
Can you say that name again?
Sir Cavos Tavant Silum. That's.
I got really close.
SIR for Sir, obviously. CAVOS TAVANT SILIM.
And this was a tattoo, correct?
No, it's on the collar of his shirt, like in gold fillery
Gotcha.
on black cloth.
As I'm holding his head, I pull from like this little pouch on my belt it's a morphine injector basically, and I'm just gonna like OD this guy.
Okay, so ending his suffering.
Yeah.
So as you stick it in there and begin to release the medicine into his veins, there's sort of a slow hush that goes over him. This thing that was just a sound that he was making over and over, kind of a gurgling, eventually relaxes, and he is no more. At that time, all of his muscles relax, and his hand falls wide, and you can see clutched in the palm is a set of papers. If I can pull up the thing. And the other palm, well, not really in his palm, I guess, but like, I guess he had fallen on top of this, but in one hand there's a set of papers, and kind of half laid on top of it after he's relaxed and sagged down, you can see he's laying on top of a weapon of some sort as well. So I'll go ahead and drop the parcel in the party sheet, not player sheet. That's a different thing.
I walk over to Roman and I put my hand on his
As
shoulder
soon as it lets me.
and I just kind of say it was for the best, Roman. It was the
It's
right
gonna
thing
make
to
it.
do.
What's he got there?
There's nothing I can do for him. Thank you, Roman.
Yeah, F's in chat for the unnamed guy who's related to a noble house.
He's holding something in his hand. We need to find who did this. Are they still here? Look around. There's nothing I could have done for him out here.
All right, I'm gonna need a close part sheet. I'm gonna need a for whoever's doing that, looking around, some recon rolls. So tell me what the
Dixon,
situation
let's
is.
go investigate the house.
Roman's gonna stand up and kind of walk a little bit towards the garden and just hit his flask a couple times.
Okay. Do you pull the spear from the dude's guts at this point, or is it still impaled? I just want to know what the
It's still
scene
in
is
there
like.
right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still sticking out. I gotta get a second.
I'm gonna pull my stunner out and head for the front door of the church.
Okay. So Rulia heads to the front door of the church. Oh, that's a bit weird. Sorry, I was having a technical difficulty there. Rulia heads to the front of the church. Ryder and Dixon are going in the back door. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounds good, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a recon int. somebody on the back door, and I'll allow you to do it with a boon because there's 2 of you back there. Rulia, you can do the same without the boon in the front door.
Recon.
Check the door.
All right, very cool.
Hell yeah.
All right, so that should have been an 8 difficulty though, but it should have been task difficulty average. But I really would have needed 1 roll in the back, but that's fine. They both would have succeeded anyway. So moving on from there, you take a few steps in the back, the back door. People take a few steps into the what once was the quarters of Addison Dalton, having been cleaned up a bit from the the incursion earlier. There's still a bit of smashed wood about and things, but most of you had cleaned up the place, and Roman, you even helped a bit in that effort at the time, in the burial of the bodies out in the garden. So it is still the kitchen that you once saw, bits of shattered glass scattered a bit, but it's around a bit, but it's been swept to the side. The spice jars mostly sitting like down still, their bases still like shattered at tops, but pushed to the side. The debris that spreads across the floor here, crunching beneath your feet as you step into the space. The door that leads into the actual chapel area itself, now no longer on its hinges, excuse me, having fallen off. You step just over the door and into the chapel. Sterulia, you stepping into the front of the chapel itself, are in the actual chapel area. From the opposite direction, you see now Roman and Ryder and Dixon step from the back door as you step into the front. And you both look left and right. There doesn't appear to be anybody in here. There's not a lot of rooms in this place, so not a lot of places to hide. If they're hiding in here, they're in this room with you right now. You don't see anybody.
What the hell, Roddy? You thought you definitely saw someone in here?
Definitely was a face in here. In the window.
Damn.
It was about 5
It's
minutes
damn
or so
dark.
from the time that you saw the face, from the time that you guys have gotten into the house. Or not house, the chapel.
They must have run
Balance.
off.
Welcome aboard, bud.
Do we, Roman? How long has it been since that man was impaled?
I'm outside still.
Fair enough. I mean, if there's nowhere to hide, then I think I'll head back out to the body.
Yep. I mean, there's pews and stuff around, but that's included in your role. You're looking around, and
Yeah, I mean,
you don't see
obviously doing
anybody
the
in there.
sweating.
It's not a cathedral, right? It's a small mountain
Right, lots
chapel.
of places, but yeah, if you're lying under the pews and stuff.
I'm gonna remove the spear from the guy. Wow, I'm
Okay.
We should check the bunker. As well, just in case.
Does this building have an upstairs?
Well, kind of. You're in it, technically. There's the storm cellar, the bunker he's talking about. But yeah, no actual upstairs.
Oh, okay. I'll make my way back to Roman and watch over him.
All right. So as you make your way outside, you can now see Roman standing over top of the body, removing the spear from it. If you want to look in your party sheet there, that's everything that he's got on him, including the spear.
Cool. So,
And I think I said it incorrectly last time. It's not like an energy spear. remember it being mechanical. So when I like alliterated it last time, I said energy spear, but it's like a piston, like it's like it stabs itself forward. And you have to reset
Like
it.
a spear gun almost, yeah. Like
Yeah, but it doesn't shoot.
See, I'll
right,
pick
but
it up
just
and
like it's extra.
look at him. I'll see.
Kinda like one of
I
those
don't
things
know
they
who
kill cows
approached
with.
That laser carbine's no joke though.
Yeah.
Is,
So for the audience at home, I'll read what the guy's got on him so everybody can see that. So he's got a blade, which is basically a long machete, a combination mask, which is just kind of a light breather mask. Not really necessary here, but it could be very useful if you're in one of the sandstorms down at the lower level. A compass, some fire starting equipment, a hatchet, a laser carbine, which is a pretty decent little weapon, a few preserved rations, a small knife, some torn journal entries, a water bottle, and some water purification tablets. And that's it, as well as 584 total credits.
Nice.
So if I see Roman or Ryder, I'm gonna hand him my or the spear I pulled out.
Okay.
Ryder, do you recognize this? And I'll hand it to him, and then I'll pick up the scraps of paper from his palm that I noticed earlier.
I would say because of your history in the Navy, you would have a higher than average chance of knowing what it is. But it's kind of dependent on your experience with a number of factors.
Last session, I know you had told us that we knew that these were used these were used by Zodani.
Those are often
officers.
used by Zodani officers during the last war.
Right.
So that's like the only
But I
thing
don't know
that
if that's
all
the
of
thing.
you kind of know about it. But
Okay.
I was gonna say like because he was military and stuff. I was gonna see if he had ever seen one.
Oh yeah, right. I
And,
thought
like,
I didn't
knew how it
remember if
worked
that
and
was,
stuff.
yeah.
So I would say anybody with military background could roll a melee blades int to see if they know anything about it. If you don't have melee blades,
So
then
mechanically,
then it's on
out of character, mechanically, I would just roll straight melee if I have that, but not blades, right?
Yeah.
Melee zero,
If you have melee, yeah.
And did you say at a boon? Or no?
No. You only people with military training would have a chance of rolling it all.
Gotcha.
Is what I was saying.
Early, but I got it.
Okay. So yeah, you've never actually seen one like in person, but you have seen them in like hollows and stuff that were distributed as part of training. Mostly like old war vids from the last war and stuff where they showed them used. They're fairly low tech, technically speaking. They're not. It's not like a lightsaber or anything crazy like that. It's literally like a bigger kind of version of what you would kill a cow with, right? Like a hydraulic press.
Right.
That
That's exactly what I was thinking.
when you and it
Well,
ejects the spear and
Perfect.
kind of has this like when you would fire it.
Right.
One of the things that they warn you about is there's kind of a cupped hook on the back of it that you position against your arm so that the forward kick, because it doesn't have as much reverse kick as it has forward kick at the end of its cycle. If you fire it, especially if you fire it dry, was known to pull it out of the hands of untrained users. But other than that, it's not particularly difficult to use as long as you're skilled in blade.
Okay.
It requires the resetting of the
You
piston
have to
in
recock
between each
it every
attack.
time.
Yeah, but when it's already out, it can still just be used like a regular spear. I mean, they're pretty cool, technically. Decent little melee
Yeah,
weapon.
that is pretty cool.
I'll start to look at the journal pieces.
A little bit big. Okay, so you're gonna pull.
It
up
might
the
not be
journal
safe
pieces?
out here, Roman. Why don't we take that back to the room.
If
All
you
right,
think this
so-
wise,
Go ahead. You know, you guys already know how the party sheet works in Fantasy Grounds. So, thanks, Fantasy Grounds. We're using you. You go ahead and pull the items you want to take off of this guy's body to your inventories, and then I'll distribute the credits, assuming you're taking those, and then we can
That would
close
be
the party sheet.
disrespectful.
Move on.
You guys interested in things?
Yes.
I'm interested.
I have a
in,
compass and fire starting equipment, so y'all can have that.
Damn it, Captain. On the ball.
He is prepared.
Interested
He's
in,
definitely way more prepared than everybody else has been so far. Oh
I also
my
have a
goodness!
blade, so y'all can.
Forgot I did
oh,
that.
you shot me!
Forgot I did that.
To Rulia. Trigger discipline.
Let's aliens stick together.
I struggled pulling it off the party sheet and moving it onto mine.
It's one of them.
Pew.
Speaking of, if anyone's interested in this sawed-off shotgun, you're welcome to it. I don't have any slug skill.
I'm gonna take this mask.
Okay.
Take that blade.
All right.
Can't have
So
too many weapons.
You might want to write like in parentheses next to it, like a machete, just so you know what kind of blade it is. Fire starting equipment to Dixon. Okay.
So, y'all
Anybody-
looked around. You didn't see anyone else here.
No, so I'm gonna go.
Correct.
Let's go check for tracks if anybody's for that. They had to be
Nobody's
coming
taking
and
the
going.
spear.
I gave it to Ryder.
Yeah, I haven't taken it off yet. I also want to take this hatchet. And I can carry the rations if you want me to. I got plenty of
As well.
space.
I've got lots of strength too. I'll take. Yeah, I can take one.
All right, and I have the rest of that stuff already, so y'all can have that.
Remember, small knife is basically a tool, not a weapon, but
Yeah.
but it's useful to have around.
All right, I'll take it.
Testing it out real quick. Quick little swipe.
Swipe.
All right, I distributed the credits.
Swiper.
146 credits to everybody.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Nice. Evenly divisible. That's what I like
Yeah,
to see.
that was nice.
Dead alien.
I didn't know it would be because it was a random roll, but that's always nice. Moving on. Back in character. What do you do? Swipe or no swipies?
Yeah, I would go back to the front of the church or like away from the cliff and just look for any sign of anything. Like, are they
Okay.
any tracks, any vehicles off in the distance?
So you're looking for tracks and vehicles and such in the distance.
Anything disruption to
Roman,
the
you
body that was
were-
buried in the garden?
You were okay. So I'm not gonna make you roll since you called it out specifically, but it's half unburied.
Son of a- It's wolves. Wolves did this.
What's half unburied?
The bodies that you had
Body.
buried earlier.
The
Buried
bodies in
earlier.
the garden that
Yeah.
we buried.
It looks like he was.
Fucking
It looks like he was.
disgrace.
It looks like he was in the process of unburying them when he caught the piston through the back.
Ooh.
I feel like there's got to be someone else nearby. We couldn't have gotten far.
I don't want to be rude. This makes no goddamn sense.
Make a. Since you
still
said
here.
specifically what you were looking for, Dixon. I need you to make an int recon, and Roman, you were looking through the journal, but decided to wait until you were inside to go through it, right?
Well, if he's starting to look around, I'm definitely going to look at the piece of paper in my hand.
Well, so I'll say this much. without going in depth in it. But the first thing you see on it is this is not a complete journal or anything. These are like pages that were ripped out. It looks like deliberately so down a spine. Though they're a bit crumpled. That might just be from the fact that they were in the guy's hand when he got impaled. Who knows? It's pretty much impossible to know at this point. They're a little bit dirty, kind of smudged and stuff from the dirt in the garden, but they are still legible. On the top of it, there's like a little page, like watermark, right, on each of the pages that were printed, kind of like a journal you would buy today, right, where it would have lines or something like that. And sometimes it'll have like a name etched onto it or whatever, and it says in that little watermark in the corner, Journal of Shaw Evans Jr.
So it seems like, I mean, like based on whatever the blood or the evidence, it seems like this guy was actively digging, or
Yeah,
like he maybe dug up these papers.
he could have dug them up, or he was either that, or he had them with him when he started digging these bodies.
Right, but he was like,
You can't tell the difference. But to give you any more context, the body is not completely undug out, so
right,
it's less likely that he got it from the body. But still
right, and
possible.
like we obviously would have found those pages if they were on the butt.
Hey Dixon,
Yeah, you didn't really loot them.
Yeah, what's
before
up?
specifically? But yeah,
I feel like your worst suspicions might be accurate. Looking at this body in the tomato garden, I think he must have known these bodies were here. They must be watching us.
Damn sense.
Someone
Who's
else
watching?
is watching too, I guess, because
Yeah, who's this guy?
we have a guardian angel.
Where the hell he
Doesn't
come
like,
from?
Doesn't like bodies being dug up, I guess.
That uses Zodani fucking weapons?
You fuck. It's crazy. I don't
This man was ambushed. He
They
probably
have
didn't
to
even
be
see it
close.
coming.
We got here in 5 minutes.
You gotta be watching like right now.
Ryder, you saw no.
you got there in 5
No
minutes. From the
car?
point he saw the face.
Yeah.
If you wanted to try and determine how long the guy's been dead, that's going to be a more difficult medicine roll.
I
I
can
think
look
it hasn't
and
been very
see
long.
if.
Yeah,
I'll say
bro,
that's
how
difficult.
long's this man
Was
been
this-
bleeding?
Let me see. I'm not sure if this is the same guy that Ryder even saw in the window. Let me see if I can tell how old this
I also
body
sent you
is
a
based on-
message that you would know, Dixon.
What do I roll for the medic?
You
It's
would
another medic roll.
At medic, yeah.
Okay.
At
At,
difficulty. At difficult.
Doesn't make any sense.
Oof.
All right,
Maybe
that's
we can,
12, effective 2 over the target number. So, that gives you a pretty accurate estimation. I'm going to clear the chat because it's polluted. But that gives you a pretty accurate estimation of roughly the time that he was killed. But not like within minutes, right? Like, it's really hard to tell. Like, if it was like down to hours, you can do that pretty easily, but down to minutes without special equipment is much harder. You can tell that he was killed, but because he was crawling, right, still alive with the spear in his chest when you were there, he didn't die until after you had already arrived.
Right.
The wound, though, it's not likely that he could have survived more than 10, 12, 15 minutes impaled through the gut like that without bleeding out entirely. It's possible he could have survived for up to an hour, but it's unlikely.
From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like he could have. He had an opportunity to maybe dig the bodies. Just they're not entirely dug, so
Yeah, he must have gotten interrupted.
this is what it looks like. But from what point exactly? I'm not sure if it's. Ryder, does his face look the same as the one you saw? Could you tell even?
And he is an alien, right? I didn't make
It's a
that
human.
up.
It's a human.
He's a human. Oh, I did make
Totally
that up.
He's a
Sorry.
human.
You must have had a dream later about how spooky that face in the window
He's
is.
a human with kind of an elaborate headdress on. He's wearing pretty fine like black robes. All of his equipment is like really nice, like shiny, like it's been well taken care of, or it's all brand new. And there's this little gold filigree on the neck that suggests he's from the house of Sir Kavos Tabancilum.
So the face in the window was it human?
It's going to be a hard thing to discern from the distance you were at, so I would say you might have to make like a pure characteristic check on that. Let's just go with a pure int check on that.
It's nightmare fuel if it wasn't.
I don't know about this. Okay.
And to be clear, quote unquote aliens are quite rare, right?
Yeah.
So I probably just made this up just because of the Donani weapon. I think that confused me.
And so Donna, you're technically human, right? So,
Right.
They're okay.
They're just psychic.
Is it supposed to
psychic.
be
Yeah.
difficult?
Spartan.
you said?
That's a failure. Yeah, it would have been difficult.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a failure. I'll say this much: you think it was a human face, but if it was the same face, you have no idea. It was just way too. It was just for a second, and this guy's got this headgear on and stuff. You didn't see the headgear, but you didn't see much more than his face anyway. Nay.
What is this headgear? You said it's like.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's the
It's like
the mask I took. Right?
Yeah, yeah. It's the mask you took
It's a
with like
what?
it's the mask he took with the cloth wrapping that goes on the top
okay.
of it.
Gotcha. You said. Like,
So he took it off now, so he doesn't have it on now that I
Big
think about it. But
gas mask
Like
type.
like Lando
yeah.
or
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I was thinking like sand people, with like the mask on the face and then like wrapped in cloth. But,
right.
Like, yeah.
It's like this guy got ambushed, or maybe he did.
This guy-
I made that up. So this
this
guy
guy
got
looks like he's got
stabbed and then
money.
hung out and like looked out the window, and then went out to the garden to
I
die.
guess that's a good
Like,
point.
it's
That's a
crazy.
good point, Ryder. You didn't see the mask; you saw a face.
Okay.
Right. So probably what I saw in the window was whoever killed him.
That's a good guess.
So he could have been running away, I guess. He could have run out that way.
That's what we saw him bolt, like, so he might have just got
Right.
stabbed and was like ran. That's what we have to assume, I think.
I think so.
He was digging for the bodies.
With this kind of wound, he's not like getting far. I mean, yeah, but maybe he stopped digging for a different reason.
He looks like he has money, or at least someone with some credit.
Yeah, this noble. Maybe we need to try to talk to them. Tell us what the hell's going on out here.
There was someone else here just minutes ago, and we didn't see them.
Yeah, maybe
Like,
this
they were,
wasn't
like,
the best
rustling-
approach.
Rustling in the bushes.
Say that again.
There was rustling in the bushes.
No, this was
Was that
this was
this
the
dead
bushes.
guy?
This was the guy. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
behind.
Okay.
And his language,
Yeah.
I didn't understand his language at all. I had never heard it.
Oh, is that true? That's why I thought it was alien.
He wasn't
Interesting.
speaking Anglic. I can tell you that much.
That's correct. He was not speaking Anglic.
And this was far different than anything I've heard. I don't know what he muttered either. He muttered something from the bushes behind me, and it was quite non-aggressive, to tell you the truth. He was also dying, so maybe...
Yeah, I don't think this man is one of the thugs that's been sneaking around here.
Whoever killed him, they left the spear they killed him with, which is also weird.
It had to happen just minutes before we ran up, so like it had to be a hit and run.
I have a crazy theory that he killed himself with the
Let's hear
spear. Like
Let's,
maybe he got caught by us, basically.
What purpose does
like-
that serve? He's
Seppuku.
but he's got.
To be clear, it went in the back, not in the front.
Okay.
So you're clear.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around. Never mind, I retract
This is
everything.
some Kurt Cobain shit right here.
Killed himself in the back again. All these weird
A couple
suicides.
shots, couple tries.
Yeah, it took 3-4 hits.
The back of the head.
What a soldier. Let's get inside and check this diary. Maybe that can make some
Yeah,
sense.
I would like to see if it holds anything of significance. Here, right
God,
there.
it's
You
got to.
I hand writer the. Here, I'll put them in the parcel.
All right, so you did not bring the lantern with you, and it is dark outside, so it's going to be pretty hard to read it without just like really focusing on it.
That's what I'm
But you
saying.
can
I
still
say
get
we
some
go
of it.
inside
Yeah, I'll follow
so we don't get
them inside.
speared ourselves.
Okay.
Well, thankfully
Yeah,
they
take
only
the
had one. It
journal.
looks like they lost it in this guy's spine.
So you go. Where do
Yeah,
you
let's
go
head back
in?
inside.
Where is inside? Back to the house
Back
you
to
were
where
doing
we,
steakhouse,
yeah, our little,
steakhouse in?
yeah.
Steakhouse.
I think
The
so.
steakhouse.
Yeah, let's swing by the steakhouse.
Going to the
Get some.
steakhouse.
Let's just get some peanuts and
Finally, some
kick
They're
back.
an outback around here.
Right.
Couple tourists show up.
So I've got a traveler question.
Okay.
What's the deal with phones?
What is the deal with phones?
Like,
Yeah.
can we? What would it take for us to call
What's the
this
deal with
noble?
phones?
So there's
House.
comms. There are like comm systems that are like local and have like kind of an area around them, like walkie-talkies, and they can be extended with I forget what the item's called, up to like even planetary range if you have the things positioned around. But not at some worlds will have
Yeah, like-
basically a phone network. Like they'll have that set up for you to use publicly. So if you have the devices, you can do that. Tarsus ain't one of them. So it's like you can do like long range comms tower stuff if you have the equipment. If you were in the Star Town though, you can basically call anybody as long as you have the device to use the comms, because the Star Town's like blanketed. But all the way out here in the Mountains of Dream, not so much.
Okay, so we could call people on world if we were in the Star City.
Here,
not.
yeah.
We would need like a long range device, which
You would
we
just need
could
the
easily
device to do
have.
it.
We just happen not to. I think, and maybe
Correct.
even Ryder has a watch. Somebody has a watch.
I have a mobile comm
God
with
damn.
a translator. So I was also just reading this. I have a comm dot as well.
Oh, do you? I didn't
And
realize you did.
yeah, so it says it can be used as throat microphones. Does
Yeah.
that mean like that? And I also have a translator. So could that be connected to the translator, and then I could speak out of it, and have it translate for me?
I think it depends on the TL of the translator.
Translator is TL9.
I think the like
Oh, okay, yeah. TL9 is
ones-
near real time.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
it just would be a little lag
it's like-
behind,
it's like
but
delayed
it should
behind
still
you,
work.
right.
Okay,
But like
cool.
the higher TL ones are like literally like as you're saying it.
But this wouldn't.
Okay, well that's a
have-
good thing to know.
This wouldn't have allowed you to catch what this alien said, though.
Not unless you specifically
non-
had those
this
languages
non-alien.
in the. Not unless you
this thing
specifically
is-
had that language in your translator.
This thing has all languages, right?
Right. The
All
translator.
common language.
The reason I bought it is because it has all common languages.
Oh,
right?
from
Yeah.
found in the area of space from which they originated.
You're right. Spinward Marches area.
So wherever you, yeah, okay.
But
So
you can
we have
like
all common
update
languages.
it, right?
If
Yeah,
this is a, if
absolutely.
this
With
language is
other
a common
languages.
It's just
language
buying
on this
software.
planet, you would update it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Computers are.
But
often-
more to the point, you also have a mobile comm. So, a mobile comm unit is a portable telecommunications device, computer/camera, ranging in size from a bulky, that has made it move, handset to a slim watch or pin-like cylinder. In today's world, we call them mobile phones or cell phones. So you do have the device to use it. You just have to be basically on a network. So you're basically just out of service area right now for it is all. But there is an actual device you can buy that like literally lets you create.
Yeah, there's a
these
lot of
networks.
devices. That's my problem. There's like a lot of devices
Yeah.
that are
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, this game is basically
one's
gear
talking to
porn the game.
who?
It's got a
Yeah.
ton of things you can buy. So that answers your traveler question there. But
Okay.
you step into the interior of the steakhouse. The grass crunching beneath your feet, the boards creaking ever so slightly as you open the door once again to the interior, already lit because you left the lantern inside. And once again, as you step into this now empty space, but being filled by yourselves, there's a little squeak sound as this long-nosed rodent who's inside once again sees you all and squeaks in kind of consternation and runs back out the hole. If you're probably not familiar with the local fauna, so I'm not going to just give it to you, but if you have xenobiology, I would let you roll. Or any of the biologies, really.
Well, that's Ernie. I already know.
Well, but it's not biological. It's clearly a spy robot.
I was wondering the same thing.
You're muted.
Ha. I'll roll and see if I can. When I see him, I'll just see if it like triggers anything in my
Okay.
memory files. Science biology.
Sure.
What's the difficulty rating?
Average.
Average. Science biology. Oops.
Biology.
Biology.
Osseo1.
Oh,
You
I
don't
don't know
know.
what this is. Yeah,
Weird
I don't know.
weird rodent. Looks kind of anteater-like, but you don't know what it's called.
Mm.
But it kind of like it's got like a real long nose, like an anteater, and like a little flicking tongue that you see. It was kind of like sticking between the cracks in the boards, pulling up little bugs as it runs out.
Oh, cute.
That's about all you get. All right, so you make your way into the interior space, scattering the current denizens out of their homes, sitting down on the cots that you brought into the space the previous night from the shelter, which, by the way, you didn't check. You mentioned you were thinking about doing it, but you didn't, just so we're clear.
Right.
But
Correct.
I will say the doors were closed. You saw them closed. Doesn't mean they were locked or anything.
Yeah.
They were closed.
I mean, that would be weird, but
Yeah, my thought was maybe he was trying to get out, but we kind of blocked the way out, and so he snuck somewhere that he was trying to get to, just trying to get away from us and not be seen. But at this point, we've been so long in the backyard, he could have now left,
yeah.
even if
I
he
don't have
was
a
there.
good like mind's eye of the layout, but like, is that how plausible is that? Given that, I mean, I'm assuming he could have just run the opposite direction and been obscured by the chapel. I know it's like a big like crescent shape, so I assume there was plenty of ways for him to leave without us.
It
seeing.
wouldn't be difficult to get out of line of sight here.
Like, would
That-
we have
that's,
seen him go into the or had a chance of seeing him go down there? Because
Yeah,
the door is out back,
potentially.
right? Like we would have.
It's pretty much right next to the door that was open.
Yeah, like it doesn't necessarily make sense for him to Unless he's going to like kill us in our sleep down there, like looking for us.
Because we did stay there the first night and then
Right.
moved.
And if he knew that, it would be like. Maybe...
And if he, yep, if that thing up on the mountain was some kind of surveillance thing,
You're muted.
so we couldn't hear that.
Oh, sorry. That's probably just too low. We're gonna have to hike up there, aren't we? Damn.
All right,
I
so
don't know how else they knew
do you want to do the journal?
where we buried the bodies.
Yes.
well,
definitely the journal.
You know, they may have seen the crosses that he put.
Yeah, Addison marked the
he put
graves.
crosses.
Addison marked the
Not
graves.
crosses, but he did mark them
Okay.
when he buried them.
Yeah, do those
Yeah, I want to read.
those pages tell us anything? Maybe tells us what they were looking for at least.
Yeah, let's get these pages read.
Yeah, let's check. I'll pull it out of the backpack and open it up.
All right, so I'll read
I'll go
it
to
to
the
you guys,
window and
and
look
then
out
I'll
the
share,
window,
and then I'll
see
share
my
you
pocket,
the
not the
entry that I
backpack.
made, so that you can all have it to reference, as well.
I'm gonna look for people creeping up on us.
Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out with the laser rifle
Nice.
Okay.
or carbine.
Carbine. All right.
Carbine.
So it says Journal of Shaw Evans Jr. at the top, in the watermark, as I previously said, and you can see that this is not the first entry. It's definitely one of the pages much further in to the journal. Technically, you can't tell what page number it is because like where it's ripped, it kind of mid dog bark. It kind of rips, and so the page number is
Rodents
cut
around
off.
here sound weird.
But it's at least yeah, I guess so. But it's at least somewhere in the triple digits of the page numbers. Just so you're clear. Rounded town today. Bumped into Wilhelm. I haven't seen him since that 4-year layover at Big Spring. He hasn't changed much since getting out of the pen. Has a whole nest of crooks with him, calling themselves the Wilhelm Barrett Gang now. Wilhelm was always an alright cellmate, so it wasn't too bad to see him. I let him know about the farm and how he wasn't doing so good. Said he might have a way to fix that. Can you flip a bit further? Now, Willie showed up on the farm today. He's got some contraband or something to bury here and make a few deals. Kind of scared me off a bit at first, but the money is just too good. We keep feeding this community practically for free, and if we're gonna keep it up, we're gonna have to make some more creds. It goes on. Universe bless us. We found something. One of Wilhelm's boys touched it and died right on the spot. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it reminds me of some of Dad's old ravings. He got me to journaling like him as a kid. That's about the only thing we ever had in common, I suppose. Besides Linda, that is. We may not have got on so good when I was a youth, but after my time at Big Spring, things were different. Can't thank him enough for introducing me and Linda. Or leaving us this farm when he passed. I haven't thought about him in years. Goes on. Wilhelm and the rest headed back down to their camp at that abandoned ranch down the mountain. They sure were talking an awful lot on those comms units of theirs, with each other on their way back. I tried to listen in, but it was encrypted, I think. If only I had one of their units, I could just go back through the logs. And there's one more large entry. I was right. Dad buried this thing years ago. Shit. finding these old things was his life's work. It says here in this journal that he thinks there were at least 3 of these orbs, he calls them. It might be worth a fair bit, but I can't just just let us sell off Dad's life like this. Willie is going to be livid. I'm going to have to hide it up at Duff's Rise. Makes me laugh knowing nobody will know where it's at up there. Shit, the only people that ever called it that were me and Pa on account of old Duff being buried up there. Best damn dog anybody's ever had. If something happens, Addison will see it eventually. At least one night up there. He gave it to Linda and the kids. I can trust that man's morals to do the right thing. Gonna send Linda and the kids away as soon as I get back so they don't get caught up in this mess. And that's the final entry.
Looks like he didn't get back in time.
That certainly shed some light.
Yes, it looks like we know what you had been seeing.
Yeah, we gotta get up there, see what this thing is, but...
Do they know? They obviously don't know. Oh, they dug up the grave. They thought it was...
No, I think that man was trying to find one of these comm units.
Oh, you don't think he was with this group? You think that man was a separate organization?
Yeah, I think this man might have been investigating, and he read what we just read and tried to get one of their units, and they got killed for it.
Interesting.
You guys, I know it's a lot, but you guys up for finishing this work that guy started? Digging up, checking those bodies.
Finish digging up this. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as you will all
we
help
should
me
have checked them first.
bury the rest, it would honor Edison.
Absolutely, we can do that.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's get started then. I guess. First thing. Afterwards, do you want to check the hill in the light?
Absolutely, we gotta get up there. Yeah, we gotta.
All right. So
we gotta get up there without being spotted.
Yeah. Find the comms and get up there while we check the log. All right.
Yes. Yeah. Let's do it.
I'll start.
Stay. You keep that laser gun handy. It's got a good charge on it.
Yes.
Is that actually true?
Game
master.
Is it?
It's unfired. Yeah, it's full and unfired, and it has no
DNA, though?
it has no biolock or anything on it. It's like it's a brand new, never been fired, like not modified laser carbine. Like everything that guy had on was like brand new.
It's crazy.
How old was this guy?
Oh, the impaled dude.
The dead man.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he was in his 30s. You don't know exactly how old, but somewhere in his 30s.
Sure. Okay.
Not too old. Not too young.
All right. Well, let's get on it then.
Yes, I'll help. We need one of these comms. Yes.
I'll be on guard duty.
Yeah, so I guess we have to go back over there. Go across the street. I'll stay behind you, Dixon. You keep me safe, all right?
So I shared the record of the journal so you can use it as a reference if you need to.
I'm gonna be using this bad boy to dig, and I'll gesture to my combat arm.
Okay.
We gotta get this done quick before the guy comes back and we get impaled.
Right. I'll grab those shovels as soon as we get over there.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are gonna dig up the bodies.
Yep. Try to get it. Yeah. Quick. At least one of them.
Okay.
The one that he had half dug up.
It's in story, not notes.
Aha, okay.
Yeah, I usually do story entries in Fantasy Grounds instead of note entries because you can do like more formatting to them and stuff, like headers and all kinds of stuff like that. If you
Yeah,
want.
notes were a little kludgy.
Yeah, exactly.
So I usually use story entries. Okay. Anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So let me get who's digging? Who's doing the digging? There's 2 shovels. Who's
I will
doing the
dig because I've got 12 strength.
Oh,
Okay. So I need athletic
pretty
strength rolls or whatever, for the digging. That's all.
Weak as well.
Okay.
But,
athletic.
are you helping Roman?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
My-
the skill athletics. Remember, it's an average
Yeah.
difficulty.
Oh, I don't have athletics, so then I can't help. I guess I don't do
You can
these.
still help.
Unskilled, right? Or can that be straight strength? If it's
Yeah, I don't
better
know
than
how that
unskilled?
works.
I think I think it's unskilled strength roll. Unskilled. You use your unskilled skill with strength. I think is what you do when you don't have training in athletics at all.
Maybe someone else should help.
I can try to help.
These hands are very valuable.
That is true. I didn't help. I think I put dirt back on it.
I have a -4
Yeah.
if I were to try.
In Traveler, there's an unskilled skill for basically if you're not trained in something, you can roll that to
And I have the jack of all trades skill, so normally
And I have
it's
a
-3,
minus-
but mine's -2.
Right.
Right.
That's why
I have a -3, and
So
I'm
people
not.
know.
My strength is a -1 too. So
Okay.
I feel like you do. I feel like it is a strength roll. Like,
just flat strength because there's no
you know,
dig skill.
it's saying the athletic skill effectively augments a traveler's physical characteristics.
okay.
and
Okay, that's
Whatever you
fine.
can
So
do
yeah,
with
go ahead and
strength
make a
alone, you
pure
can
strength roll
also
then.
add your athletic strength too,
Oh.
which makes more
Okay.
sense. It's not like
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that
It's
was
like you
even
don't-
worse
Even-
you're
roll,
not,
so
you're not skilled in dexterity, right? It's like everybody's got dexterity.
We'll just go ahead and show those rolls just so everybody can see at home.
That's not. How about
of course you will.
Those beautiful, awful failures in a row. Failure, success, failure, failure.
That's why I didn't even try.
GM celebrating the player's failure.
Damn
That's
right.
some
Loves it.
fucked up shit.
well,
This is how you get
But you're on
better.
our side.
Dixon got a success, so
So you are able to dig them up. It just you're not doing it very quickly. It's going to take you about 20-25 minutes to get them unburied.
fair enough.
As he's doing that, I guess I'll start looking through the pockets as they're revealed
Okay.
for comms.
There's a lesson here that we should be taking away from this.
Robbing the dead.
What's
Dalton
the
was
lesson?
pretty
It's
Taurus,
Behind the
but
church.
Never let a pocket go buried with unsearched.
That's true.
That's fair.
We should have searched them
Never
first.
let an unsearched pocket get buried.
Yeah.
To be fair, we were caught up in
I
the
think-
moment.
Yeah,
Addison
there-
probably
there-
would've
there-
been-
yeah,
I'd be
bodies
like,
roll.
fucking vultures.
like, thank you for the respect you've shown these men. Let me check their pockets first.
Everyone pulls a shit off the party sheet.
Yeah, it's like, oh, three credits, sweet.
It's like a shoe spin. Everyone in the crowd.
Yeah, it's
and the
got
dust
the pocket
settles.
change.
Yeah. Pulling the shoelaces out.
Oh, these are nice.
Why
I like these pants.
Bury them so deep. All right, I think we almost got him.
What are the thread count on these socks? Oh my god.
There we go.
It's important. Socks are important.
Oh yeah. Always change your socks. Keep a dry pair. Hey, we got one.
I gotta finish putting them in there for the parcel. It's not dragging from the whole parcel for some reason. That's why I'm having a.
You can stop digging now. I think we found one.
Hell yeah.
Actually,
God, I
keep
want
digging.
it.
We have to make room for a third.
It's better than mine. I want it.
All right, I'm gonna like look kind of a indecisive look across my face, and then I'll go back to digging.
Hell yeah.
We gotta hurry.
Added field cap.
Got a
That's
rifle in his
everything,
pocket, yo.
Well, he had a rifle on his back. Technically, nobody talked about it before.
He like fell on it, like
Not the spear guy.
This
we're
guy.
digging up.
No, this
Yeah.
guy had a
Oh.
rifle. The guys inside had a rifle. We just
'cause
never
they
really
was
talked
using,
about
like,
it because we should have. But we didn't.
He was using a pistol,
pistol,
and
a
he was
laser
using a
pistol.
stealth pistol and the knife.
Yeah, he had a hunting rifle on his back.
Ooh, I'm gonna take that overcoat. So I actually have one officially.
No credits.
No cred. See, I got his mobile comm.
True.
Yeah, I
Spear
guess
was more
actually-
interesting. We were just like so distracted by the spear we didn't talk about anything else.
Let's see. I've got electronic sensors. Can I use that with these with this comm?
No.
Yeah, man. I think. Wait, what do we need to do with the comm now?
We have to look at its logs.
Sure.
You can
But I
use
mean, that's not a
electronics, but not
skill,
electronic
right?
sensor.
Electronics.
to-
okay, I can use
Just to
electronics.
get in there and like get past any encryption or whatever, or like figure
Yeah.
out if you can log in or whatever. You could just be
Yeah, so we can get
electronics
on
or
their
electronics comms if you have electronics comms.
Hmm.
All right.
Otherwise, it's just electronics.
Does anyone have electronics comms?
Um,
I will say, does anyone know how to correct these? I
Also,
can
there's
try.
still a rifle and a field cap if anybody wants to take those out of the party sheet. Go right ahead. It's not a very powerful rifle. It's just a hunting rifle. But
The difficulty for cracking into this thing.
8, so routine. Or average, rather. Sorry.
Average, yeah.
Routine is 6.
All right. Intelligence.
all right, I take that back. I'm not gonna take this dead man's clothes.
Ooh,
Okay.
yeah.
Gotta this little Dungeons and Dragons in me, but
That's fair.
Got to draw the line somewhere.
Well, it is just
You're
the
like, ooh,
overcoat,
loot.
not the whole clothes.
sure, but still,
yeah.
I mean, think about
It's
the
all
imagery
covered in
of,
dirt
It's still like
shit.
taking
You
the
still have to
shoes
take it
off
off
the
of
dead
his
guy
thing.
kinda
Yeah,
thing,
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're like,
Maybe you're just
That'd
like,
be-
oh, that's a nice,
it's
that's a nice
it's
coat.
a nice code.
Maybe
It's
I'll
a
get
nice
one someday.
code, but yeah.
When I head back to the starport, maybe I'll buy one.
Um,
All right. So that's a success. So yeah, you're able to get in.
Guys, I think I'm in.
It was lightly encrypted. It's pretty easy to get past it once you already have one of the units in hand. It's literally a matter of just like taking the dead dude's thumbprint and putting it on it, and it reads not even his thumb, but any part of him, like DNA, and then it's okay. Now I can access.
I make him lick it.
It's pre-programmed. All right, that's weird, but okay.
nice.
So there's not a lot of comm logs in here because they pretty regularly get deleted. So it's gonna determine how many logs are in there is gonna determine, or was gonna be determined by the amount of effects you got. So you didn't get any effects, you just got a success. So you're gonna have a base amount, but you're not gonna get some of it. So some of it is like scrambled, and you're like, ah, shit, it's already been deleted. But you do manage to read some of it. So I'll read you some of those, because these are technically like audio logs that you're hearing, like literally like conversations that they were talking about, right?
I'm
that
gonna
they-
put it on the desk and make sure everyone can hear it. Turn the volume up.
Okay. Shaw's being weird. I know he got married, but still, we were sellies. You think we shouldn't bother with the deal, maybe? Nah, seems fine. His farm's a good spot. Besides, we need somebody to keep an eye on everything, and we want these things nowhere near us until we can get rid of them. After all, the guys we took them from are known for cutting you into little pieces. Yeah, it's right. The Saber, right? Don't say their name. That's the first log. Second one, see, you only get 3 of these. Yeah. All right. So the second one. Shit! Benny is dead. What the fuck is this thing we just found? Shaw said he thought it might be one of them ancient artifacts. We could probably sell that for a bunch to some nut job. Fuck Benny. That just means we get his share. And the final log, sorry you didn't get all of them, but you did get 3. The final log. Hey, you guys seen any weird fucks snooping around? I think I just saw some guys up on the cliffs. Just that asshole Universalist friar. Fuck again. We're gonna have to deal with that fucker. Fuck! They got away as soon as they saw me approach. Who the fuck are these guys? You guys don't think that the Saber knows it was us what took those crates to you? Shut up, idiot! Don't use that fucking name on comms! Besides, worst case scenario is it's just some scouts for one of the buyers, right? We did get those scans of that weirdo ancient ball out there through our contacts. Same guy that set us up for the crate job. Oh yeah, Leonard Hill, I like him. Good contact, glad we ran into him. Shut up, you idiot! Stop saying the universe damn names! And that's the last one you get.
Do we know who this guy is? Do we have his name just like on his comm or something?
I need more clarification about what you're talking about. What?
Like, would his phone somehow tell what his name was?
Oh, yeah.
The guy.
Let's see. With your roll, I would allow you to get that. This one himself would be Harlan Lavanchi. Lavanchi. Harlan Lavancy. And you can see that there are several.
Lavanche.
Yeah, there are several other contacts in there. Horace Calder, a few others. One that catches your attention, though, is Wilhelm Barrett. Of the Wilhelm Barrett gang, you might assume.
Maybe. Let's not jump to assumptions.
Pretty far-fetched.
Well, things are certainly clearing up for us. Keep digging. So do we have room for another grave yet?
Well, I would say like the total time for you to bury all the bodies back, including the third one, probably takes you about an hour total. 20 minutes or so to get them out, and then about another 40 minutes or so to get them back in.
Before I put him in the ground, I want to use my critical eye on this guy. So I want to try to get a sense of like check his hands for calluses and stuff. Get a sense of
one?
The alien, quote unquote, the spirit, the impaled guy.
Okay.
Just to get a sense of was he some kind of bureaucrat or was
right?
He
okay. I'd say that would be some kind of investigation role.
Oh, that's the name.
So give us int. I'd say int probably. Int investigation. And I would say the difficulty would be probably difficult to get details because it's, again, you're just going over a body. It's a pretty.
I'm a professional.
Game.
So it seems like they have possession of one of the orbs already.
Yeah, that would be the one at the farm they pulled out.
So we have a success there.
There's
that
3.
They sold
There's
it.
2 others.
One of them's up on that cliff. That's right.
That's for sure.
Okay. So, how about I just send you a whisper of what it is, and then you can deliver it in character how you want.
Sorry, boys. I just need a minute. Let me take a good look at this guy.
Yes, of course. I'll help you bury him when you're done.
You can tell a lot about a man if you look at him right. Behind all the
what kind of shoes is he
fluff. That's right. You done this for, I guess.
Are they nice? Nice shoes. I walk over to Ryder and I hand him my flask.
Oh, thank you. Much needed.
All this death today was a lot. I'm glad it wasn't any of us, though.
Yes, I've seen a lot of death, my friend. It never gets easier.
It's never easy being the one who has to take control over it either. Take my flask back.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's anybody special, really.
I'll say, given
just
your investigation
get some
roll
jobs.
too, I'll let you know this.
He definitely looked like whoever he's working for is somebody special. He's got nice clothes, nice weapon. He's got
Yeah,
fucking
I
filigree
want
in his collar.
it's still an unknown as how the nobles fit in all this. You know, it's possible they're the ones. Maybe they're the ones trying to buy whatever this thing is.
How would they even know?
Well, as we heard, that they've
Shaw's
got
dead?
buyers on the line.
Okay.
They
It's
talked
true.
about
Leonard?
scouts, you know, coming to confirm. Maybe that's one of these guys. Leonard, I think, was sounded like maybe just a go-between. That's how these things kind of normally work.
His contact.
Just putting buyers with sellers, taking a cut. You know how it
It's
goes.
a good name to have.
They
All
said
right,
they
I'll take
used him
another-
for the last job too,
Right.
the crate job.
So
they said.
I'll take another quick scan around. Just look for anybody watching us.
Okay,
We
go
gotta,
ahead and
we
do
gotta
an
get up on,
recon
we gotta get up on that cliff.
at average.
All right. Lead the way, my friend. Steria, what are you, this is a funny question. How? What are you wearing right now?
Hey,
Hey, right.
Brand new overcoat, waterproof.
Because I'm just like, we're all.
bloodstained.
She's trying to be all spec
We'll
ops
just
in
only has
a
one hole.
dress.
Nah, it's just her. The clothes she came down in on the shuttle, and the cloth armor.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's not like
You don't see anyone watching
dressed
you,
up thing.
Dixon, but
Yeah,
with that,
definitely not
but with that
dressed
roll,
up.
you do see you do catch that glint at the top of the mountain again a little bit, but that's all. So it's still there. And hasn't
Before we
moved.
go,
I don't see
we need to
anybody.
go back to the house and grab the stuff.
Yeah,
Let's
let's,
not
let's
go
load
and
up for
good
good
idea.
this time. That's right.
Grab the light. We might need that.
Careful with that light
Grab
on
the
that cliff, though.
basic
That's the
and-
last thing. Last thing we want is to give it away that something's up there worth going to.
I'll grab some basic too. Are the moons bright tonight? Did we already determine that?
I mean, they're no brighter than normal, but the dusting earlier made it a little less.
Earlier it was
bright.
dusty, but not
Easy.
It's not too bad now.
cleared up.
Yeah.
What about time is it?
Right now, well, after all your burial and stuff, let's see, I took an hour, so
I tossed a couple shots out on the dirt when we finished burying it.
so yeah, it would be. So the day is 4-day, 11:05:005. So the 5th day of the year, 11:05. I see, and the time is 4:40 a.m.
When is sunrise?
Like
on this
6-ish we
planet.
determined, I think.
It was around 7.
7.
Okay.
You did determine it before, but yeah, it was right at 7.
Oh, that's right. We got up at 6:30.
We've got a couple of hours of
Yeah.
darkness.
Yeah, that should be enough to get it mostly up there.
Let's quickly gather everything from the house and head up the mountain.
Okay.
I grabbed me a
Sounds
bottle of
good.
basic. Oh no.
Let's pack up. Let's take the case.
Oh, we're taking all. All right. I grabbed my case.
So you grabbing everything.
Yeah.
Not like the cots, obviously.
Yeah, we can leave the cots.
What? Be a lot to take up a mountain. Okay.
Muskrats.
So you step back inside the. Well, you're already in there reading this. So you stand up and gather the RGB basics that you got there. I forget how many it was. I think it was one crate that you brought in with you. You're not going down to the basement to get more, right? You're just grabbing the one you had with you. So it's like a few days supply for everybody, technically, of basic. You don't really have any rations, though you did grab 2, I think, rations off of that one guy's body. So,
Oh yeah, that's right.
so there's that if you wanna use those. Hey, Radrion, thanks for the follow.
Nice.
But so with that, you gather up all of your various accoutrement. It's a lot of different stuff that you guys have spread out. Not folding up your cots, kind of stepping out of the dusty interior, bringing the lantern with you. Just as you step out, you hear a slight squeaking sound behind you as the former denizen makes his way back into the interior, and you close the door once again, noticing now that the sound beneath your feet as you step onto these boards and stuff is pretty loud, but there's sort of a slight kind of crunching sound underneath the sound of the boards. And as you look down, you can see some of these termite-like bugs running in between the boards and such. It seems to be the meal that our little rodent friend has been enjoying and been so drawn to. As you step off of the front porch onto the dead grass and the makeshift road beyond, you eye your way up the top of the mountain towards what you suspect to be called, what is it, Duff's Peak? Okay, I forgot it already.
Duff's Rise.
Yeah, Duff's Rise. Up at what you assume to be Duff's Rise, and head your way on up the mountain at 4:40 in the morning. And that's where we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Nice. See you guys in a minute.
And we're back. All right.
What's up, everyone?
Hope everybody had a nice little break there. So we'll go pick it right back up in the midst of the journey to the top of this mountain. So, my first question is anybody trained in survival?
No.
Nope.
We thought we were gonna be in space.
You're technically always in space, baby.
I guess so.
Spaceship Earth. Except it's Tarsus.
I'm good with vac suit. Do we need this? It's pretty heavy.
I'm not trained in back suit either, so.
You know.
Motherfuck, where are you good?
Solving
Not on a planet,
crimes,
not in space.
which is what I'm doing at the moment.
He's yeah.
Okay, but
train
seriously,
investigator.
is
He
anybody
solves
trained in
crimes on
survival
moving
at all?
trains.
Yes, no?
Nope,
moving
Nope. Jack of all
Nope.
trades.
Okay, so somebody can roll survival unskilled, whomever wants to.
Oh, what's
Someone's
that?
got jack of all trades.
Intelligence. And it will
Alright,
be,
can roll it.
and I will say this
How
will
far away
be
is this?
average difficulty.
Lead the way, Dixon.
I got this.
Right here, right off
Yeah,
the
that's
skill.
good.
Skill.
Hold on, my
Unskilled.
dice isn't. Oh,
There you go.
Whoa, you nailed it though.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Hard nailed
So
it.
you do have survival. Oh, okay. Good to know.
No, I don't.
What? It
You
says
just rolled
survival.
it.
How did you roll it?
I rolled it. I grabbed the.
If you have survival listed on your skills,
That should be a -1.
what's
Characteristic and
did you drag?
Because I got int. But I dragged it from the skill.
Oh yeah, because it's 5. Hold on, let me make sure of something. Yeah.
I have
Your
two levels of
stats
Jack
your
of
stats
all
are messed
trades.
up. Your stats are messed up under characteristic status. You see on the actions tab there. Stay
Oh.
right.
Oh, good
So
lord.
click those little reset to max buttons. Yeah, your dexterity is not 44, and your endurance is. There you go.
How do
An
you know I
impossible
moved too
number.
fast for you to see me?
I'm a
Speaking
king.
of gods,
I always land on my feet.
all right, let's clear that and try it again one more time. Once more with
Dagger.
feeling. That's the saying. Yes, it is average difficulty.
All right, here we go.
On syllable.
Nope.
Fuck. So what? We all died. TPK.
No, that was just to,
You get
to see
lost
if he
in the
would-
woods.
It's right
if you
here,
would know
guys. And
something.
we step off a cliff.
What's the opposite of survive?
Okay, so you head off up the mountain, and now I will need, as you're making your way up there, trying to do this hike. It's not too difficult to kind of make your way, but there's no obvious trail. So in order to not get lost in the mountain, I will need an additional survival check for that. But this one, let's see, let's do
For me or somebody else.
for anybody. I don't care, but for this one,
I
it's
have
going to
the
be
0.
Ant as well.
Yeah. Is that
How
better
far
than your
away is
stat,
these things?
Or you have 0 net also.
Zero
Tall.
net as well, yeah.
Yeah, I got 0.
Roll it up.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
So it's not too difficult to find your way up the mountain. You don't think you're getting lost. It's going to take probably about 4 hours to get up to the area that you guys suspect is Duff's Rise. But it's definitely hard going. And as you get about what you think to be halfway between your current position or where you started and the destination, it starts getting really difficult for everybody to breathe. I'm going to need everybody to make an endurance check.
Mm-hmm.
The air is getting thin up here.
That's why it's so goddamn hard to breathe.
Maybe that, or you're out of shape a little bit, huh?
That's impossible.
Oh fuck!
Wait,
I was
what-
on my
what does
I was
it
on my
say I'm
feet for
encumbered?
15 years, son.
Are you?
Probably carrying a
How
lot.
much shit you take?
I'll take this cap for later.
It's saying that because it's paying attention to your comments.
No,
Let's see,
yeah, definitely.
encumbrance. No. You're lightly encumbered, it says.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yep.
Can I? Is there like
there.
a?
You're
Can I turn
struggling.
them?
Okay, one at a time.
Yeah. I know. I was like, "What are you trying to say to me?" I'm struggling up this mountain. Yeah. Can I turn the comms
Three
on
Stooges
though?
over
to
here.
to like try and find tune into a channel that they might be squawking on while we're walking up this thing.
Yeah, you can do that. You already got into it, so you don't need to make any roll to open it
Yeah.
up.
Hey there, Ryder. You
Ooh.
need me to carry anything?
Me.
Yeah,
So-
I forgot I had that spear. I totally forgot about the spear.
All right, so it's getting pretty heavy as you've made it about halfway up here. Everybody that failed second. All right, everybody that failed takes 2 endurance damage temporarily.
Give me.
You take 2 endurance damage temporarily.
Is that? Do I reduce my endurance by 2 points?
That's where you go to Actions tab
Actions tab,
and
yeah.
change the current.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's how you would roll endurance.
Cool.
Right. So like Ryder, for example, would take a 6 to a 4 or whatever.
Dixon.
And it's temporary for how long?
I'll put something in the party sheet for you.
Until you rest fully.
Just
Yeah,
the rest of our
probably.
lives.
The rest of your lives.
You know, temporary.
Oh,
In the
4
grand
hours,
scheme of
20
things.
minutes once we get to that orb.
When we get a rest.
Yeah. Once you get rested up, it's basically going to be like that for the rest of the day. Unless you manage to like camp out somewhere. But you'll need to like eat and drink and sleep some and, you know, not move around. Climbing up a mountain in thin air is the opposite of that. So
We sure we need this thing? I don't think I can carry this thing either.
forever.
So that melee uses like strength, right?
Give them something cool
yes.
and then this
I
happens.
think so. Oh, it does do some damage. Okay, I'll find something else to drop here.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking you should have it because you have strength. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any skill, but I'll use it.
In my head,
this
I had
rifle.
already given
I'm
it to
gonna
you, but I definitely
I
hadn't.
want
and
to
it was
chuck this rifle.
So, like it was still on me, and I like fell going up the hill or something.
So you're just
Right,
like,
you
Fuck!
see
I
dicks.
thought I gave this to you.
Yeah, I'm like leaning on it, like using it as a thing, and I take his spear and then I just chuck the rifle.
I'll
No, I don't throw it because that would make noise. I just like put it in the
I'll take
like,
it from you.
in the
I'll take it.
leaves. All right, what's in the party sheet? It's a heavy song, bitch. But go on. It's all yours, buddy.
You all keep insisting I carry something. I might as well. For now, anyway.
At least it's like a hunting
Right
rifle.
here.
Could come in handy.
Right, I can get some game with it at least. I'm not
A
opposed.
very
to it.
respectful weapon.
Yeah, so to be clear,
Oh,
you're like
shit.
a pacifist against like killing. What you see is like sentient
Yeah.
life forms and stuff, right? Not necessarily all animals or anything.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. I understand the harshness of reality. You know, I'm not like
Right.
ignorant to reality. I just, you know, given a choice, I prefer to take that road.
The peaceful route. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very loud car outside. Sports
My
car
thing
of
is
some
stuck in a
variety.
fist. My Fantasy Grounds thing is stuck in a fist right now.
What?
My cursor. Like, it's like it thinks it's grabbing something forever.
Is it still working?
Yeah, I can still select things. That's weird as hell, though.
Well, hopefully it fixes itself. So you continue your way up the mountain. It's beginning now. So let me push this forward 2 hours. It's beginning now to light up. So the horizon, that bluish glow that has covered everything, is now turning to that amber color and beginning to steep towards the deep reds that you see here during the day. And that glimmer that sparkles all over everything here, being an indicator of the rich mineral density strangely distributed on this world, is starting to disappear. But up here, it's clearer than it is down there. And up here, when you look down the mountain, you can see this curtain of reddish dust that hangs low over the surface. From this altitude and this vantage point, you can even see down on the beginnings of where the chapel community actually stood. In addition to that, looking in the right direction, you can, just in the absolute distance, see some light trails of what look to be smoke, but are likely some forms of exhaust from various ships in the industry in the area of the Star Town. Pretty far away from here, but the high altitude indications of civilization are visible even at this range. From this vantage point, it's a bit like flying, only with your feet on the ground. And you still have further to go. I need one more survival roll, now that it's moving on to day, for you to try and find your way up the rest of the mountain.
Stay rulia. How much further?
I don't know. I can't take much more of this.
I'm not sure.
All right. So
Should be up this way somewhere.
the blinding light now shifting into these deeper reds kind of changes the way that the perspective looks, and you get off path up here on the mountain, making your way around some of the features that you have to kind of circumnavigate about to just be able to get up there. You find that you've actually inhibited your progress and are more on the other side now than you would have liked to, so you have to kind of corkscrew back around, and there's no good path here, so you have to make your way back a fair bit. So losing about an hour of time. I need everybody to make another Constitution check.
Endurance.
Yes.
Alright.
That's gonna happen a lot. I'm gonna call intellect intelligence a whole bunch too.
Oof. The fuck.
Oh,
You
sorry.
guys, I didn't get.
Yeah.
I didn't get.
Now
enough
you're
sleep last
encumbered,
night.
you dummy.
Oh shit.
It's a heavy rifle.
By 2. God damn.
Okay.
I'm gonna get rid of some of this basic.
Let's drink it. Let's drink the basic.
All right, I start passing some of it out to lighten my load a little bit.
Okay, so you guys sit down and drink some of the basic that you have, pulling out your favorite flavors from what are left of the packs that you have brought with you. Sitting down, taking a break for about an hour or so here to catch your breath. I'm going to push the calendar forward. It's now 8:20 in the morning. Bit of time goes by.
Any idea how we're gonna what we doing once we find this thing? Keep thinking about Addison's words about denying these boys any profit from this mess, but I see it.
So it looks like we've already, well, not us, I guess, but they've already denied themselves that. It looks like when this one gentleman betrayed Wilhelm, I guess it was, by hiding this from him. I mean, I guess it's something they didn't know they had to begin with. So maybe they are still profiting off of the guns?
Yeah, the guns with whoever this the Saber is.
Might be too
Sounds
late
like
for
one of
that.
those
And
punk gangs.
I don't really want to get involved with
So-
something like Saber.
I would say roll an intellect. Actually, what would it be for you, Dixon? Specifically Dixon. Nobody else, but I would say you could roll a investigation even might count for this. Or no. I'm sorry, not investigation, streetwise.
Ooh.
You know how these punks
Cop brain
operate.
on it.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. That's a success with an effective 2. Right, I'll just whisper you, and you can handle it however you want.
It's quite a trek up here. I hope it's worth it at the end.
I must say I'm curious about what the hell it could these artifacts could be.
He died when he touched it, huh?
I'm scared, nervous about it.
I mean, obviously he got it up the mountain somehow, so...
Yeah, I don't know.
Do we really want?
Put it up here.
Sorry?
Somebody put it up here.
This is true, yes.
Oh.
It was, Shaw Jr. Shaw Jr.
You're right about that. Saber. That's not a small time. They're known everywhere in the system.
They
They
seem
might even,
afraid.
they go all the way up into the Imperium. Rumor has it.
No
I've seen
shit,
him.
huh?
I've seen him get away with some shit. I'll say that.
The real gang.
Yeah.
Purple gang, huh?
I mean,
Yes,
it's bound to be somebody pretty serious if they're moving this kind of quantity of weapons.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, I was scanning for any radio chatter earlier too.
Right, that's right. So go ahead and make me the comms roll. Int comms. If you don't have comms, that would just be electronics.
Okay. Yes.
it's a little bit of a
Gross.
dark thought. But
So you do pick up sounds of what sounds like human voices speaking in Anglic, and you can't quite make it all out. It's very garbled, sort of a like a.
Out of here. Go.
That's about all you get.
Either something's interfering with their signal or the encryption is worse than I thought. I can keep trying.
what's the range in that thing?
Probably.
Maybe we're
terribly
too
far.
high
I
up.
would say you don't need to roll to know that you are pretty far away from the place, because that camp is all the way at the bottom of the mountain. You're all the way at the top, and you're kind of on the other side of the mountain from it a little bit too.
Yeah,
so.
that's right. Yes.
But maybe we. It sounded like It sounded like they stole these weapons from the Saber. Maybe we need to pass that
Call
message
Saber?
along. I don't know if they're the type you can just call, but
Well,
somehow we
I
get
see.
word to them.
You know, I think that might suit all of Edison's requirements.
Maybe through that fixer, Mr. Hill.
That's not a bad idea, Leonard.
Yeah.
It's a good
That
idea,
sounds like
actually.
it's one way to drop the hammer on them and make sure they come out on the
And-
bottom, so to speak.
We protect at the same time Shaw's father's life's work.
Yeah, we gotta make sure we do that. You're
I feel
right.
like
We
that's
definitely don't
pretty
want to.
noble.
We don't want them to get a hold of this.
Well, at least they're not close to us, as far as I can tell from the radio.
Yeah, that's something.
About an hour goes
All
by.
right, well, let's get back to it.
During your conversation, you're resting, taking a drink. So because you rested right at the point, I won't subtract any more endurance damage from you, but you can push through it. Then you can continue your way on up the second half of this little hike here in the thin air. It's about another. Let me move this forward.
Oh, this mask I got off that guy. It's a respirator, allows breathing very thin Ortane in atmospheres.
It sure does.
No, I don't think that's right. Let me look at it.
Yeah, put it in the party sheet real quick.
Put in the party sheet. So
Take a closer
mechanically
look at it.
speaking, if I were to put this on as we go up this mountain, would I not have to roll anymore for the endurance checks? How does that work?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I'm
it
gonna
is-
put on
it
this
is
For
thin
the,
air.
for the thin air part of it, it's still
That
hard
this
stuff.
dead
So you
dude
still, you
was-
still might have to roll something, but
wearing.
it wouldn't be the same thing. Sure, you can put
Alright.
the mask on. There's a little bit
Thank
of
you, dead
blood in the
guy.
inside that you
Yeah.
of it. You have to kind of like wipe out from it. It came out of his mouth when he was
Just like
stabbed
lick
through the
that.
back.
You can just like lick that out.
I elbow Dixon. Hell's it dead man's air right there.
But it smells weird at first, but
It breathes well.
you
Give
don't
him a
care.
break. It's
It's so much.
pretty
like
shitty
bacon.
beer.
It's real nice to be able to actually breathe normally.
Can't have anybody passing out up here.
I've been in the
Ryder.
army.
Can you tell me what you ate for breakfast?
I've had to use dead men's
It's probably true.
equipment before.
Fair enough. I
That's
guess.
pretty dark.
Been
We
on the
might-
front
I wanna
line.
Hear more of those. Hear more of those stories. Maybe back when we're back to reality.
I hand him the flask.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh, through the respirator. Well, it's crazy.
Yep. I just poured all over the top of it.
And suck it, dude.
Clean some of the dust off. It doesn't really.
I pulled the
doesn't really do
mask
much
up,
else.
obviously.
Yeah.
And yeah. Thank you, Roman.
Of course.
Hard times.
Breakfast of champions, eh?
So it's about 9:50 now in the morning. And that's when you get to what you might at first kind of define as any sort of summit-like area of this particular mountain within this range, the Mountains of Dream. Looking down here, it is beautiful. It reminds you somewhat of the way it looked when you flew in from the starport, specifically in the taxi. Getting to see the landscape here. It being day, it's mostly this sort of shifting gradient of red sand as the dust blowing around from this angle kind of creates these patterns that are discernible out this far away of the wind whipping through. You can kind of see the weather down there. It's interesting. Up here, there are clouds above you, but they're thin, very wispy. The temperature is pretty cold. Not anywhere near what it was like down there, where it was actually quite warm. Up here, it's not frigid, but it's cold enough to where you're bundling up and trying to keep your hands in your pockets and out of the wind, and you wouldn't want to be here more than a few hours. It would certainly be an uncomfortable place to be.
Damn, let's get this done.
Getting further across the summit area, which kind of flattens out and plateaus a bit. It's not like a peak. It's sort of a flat area, and there's bits of rubble here and there. You can see this outcropping of stones that make a almost circle, but not quite, like a circle with a chunk missing. And they're stood there essentially, in such a pattern that they go from shorter to taller to taller to taller to tallest, with the whole kind of in it being at the shortest point. They look deliberately placed, not necessarily ancient or anything like that. Not too heavy to move either if you had a couple of people, but yeah, not just kind of strange. On one of the stones, you can see there is a chain hanging around one of the tallest of the stones, and hanging on that chain is what looks to be a metal and rubberized dog collar with a little tag on it that in Anglic reads Duff. Beyond this, though, you did eventually make it there. You failed one check, but you did eventually make it there. Beyond this spot, you see something else, a sort of a dull silver, almost glow, but not quite. It's diffused here as the light bits of dust wash over the top of it. You approach. As you get closer and closer, you can see this thing as a perfectly smooth exterior silver orb, and it's not touching the ground at all. It is in fact floating slightly above it, bobbing up and down ever so slightly here. Below it, you can see this little circular pattern of dust being pushed away from it as it just bobs there. With each pulse as it gets lower, a bit of dust pops out away from it. It's ever so slightly spinning, but it's very difficult to tell because of its perfectly smooth surface. Only the little bits of dust that land on top of it give you any indication, and those bits of dust, as it makes its way to the bottom or pushed down into this circle. How close are you guys? You're close enough to see it, but how close are you getting?
I'm exhausted. I'm gonna lean right up on him. Take a breather.
Okay.
No, I'm not, obviously.
I guess from where we notice it from.
I just want to know how close you are so I know how much detail to give you about things.
I mean, once the initial shock wears off, I think we'll go up to it. I'll go up to
about
it.
10 feet.
Okay, 10 feet. All right, so I need everybody to make a psi check.
Easy.
Pure psi.
Yep, I'm psyching now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had the difficulty set wrong, but go ahead. Keep rolling.
Blowing off my map.
First exceptional
Exceptional
failure.
failure.
Exceptional failure.
I've never seen anybody
Nice.
fail so exceptionally before.
I'm exceptional in everything.
So-
I
That's
do.
why you're the captain.
As you each get closer, there is this moment where you can feel this thing reaching out, trying to connect to you for just a bit. As you get closer, it almost draws you in. All of you get this very quick headache and a little slight nosebleed, and then nothing. It's almost as though it tried to connect to you and then just couldn't.
Did everyone just feel it?
What the hell?
So everyone get a nosebleed too, huh? All right.
Ryder, what the hell is this thing? You heard of this?
Yeah, no idea. This is.
Some sort of weapon?
I've never.
Fuck, I'm bleeding.
It felt like he was trying to
Get
tap
in
into
my
my.
head.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
I felt it. Stay rulia. What about you?
I don't like it. Can I shoot it?
I don't know about shooting it. That might be a bad idea too. It seemed.
Yeah.
Oh man. I wonder what it's looking for if it can connect. It's crazy. How? He said there was probably. He thought there was 3 of these. His dad did, I think.
I don't know why he would. I don't know how he knew that. I wish we had his journal, but
They found it buried? I wonder if it was in a box.
His dad buried it.
Well, if we got
Just in-
nosebleeds and it tried to connect to us from 10 feet away, and that person that touched it died, it could very well have been trying to access it and just
Too powerful.
just was too much for his human brain. So we might not want to get any closer.
Well, how did Shaw move it?
we came this
I will
far.
say this: now that you have failed your roll and the bleeding has stopped, the headache
Rude.
is gone away. You don't feel that
Headache's
sense, that presence anymore, that draw.
I'm gonna take a big breath. And
It was
I'm
like you were in a
gonna give
big
it little-
crowd, and then it's
I'm gonna give it a little
and then
kick.
it's just gone.
Oh,
I'm
What
not
do you
like
mean a
kicking
leg
it.
kick?
what?
I'm just gonna try to push it with my boot.
Okay, you push it with your boot,
Oh.
and it moves very slightly when you do it. It's like it's heavier than it seems, but oddly, it just stayed hovering above the ground. You just had to push it, but it resisted a little bit more, like it was like dragging across the ground, not just perfectly hovering above it. Strangely.
Interesting.
Wasn't
You
too
okay?
bad. It was kind of like pushing a ball or something, like a football or something scooting across the
But
ground.
we could theoretically. I guess.
You're not bleeding.
I guess that answers our question. How
It had no effect
how
on
we
you
moved it.
physiologically.
it kind of moved itself.
Well, I guess no skin contact too is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it.
I was going to
So it's not trying.
stick, but
Yeah, stick, right. Your boot
Mhm.
works.
Look, we gotta get the hell out.
Not a lot of sticks
I'm
up on
not
top of
waiting
the
around
mountain,
here
to
all
be
day.
It's not trying to access your mind anymore as you get closer to it.
No, I think it's. I feel like it's done with us. In that
It's
way.
fine.
I'm
I look around. I guess
I'm
all
gonna
right, I
walk
guess start
closer.
kicking it.
to it too, yeah, and like kind of
Start
look
kicking
at
it
it more
down.
closely.
Let's take it with us.
I'm not sure we want to do that now.
We'll put like a bag on it. Or
All right,
something.
one at a time. What is everybody doing? Ryder, what are you
I'm
doing?
just walking. I want to look. I just wanted to get closer to it and look at it closer.
Okay, you can see when you get closer that the surface of it, though like perfectly smooth, has sort of a strange aspect to it. It's almost as though there's like a color that washes over it slightly, but it's very, very, very subtle. It's sort of like silver to a different tone of silver.
Hmm.
And it's not see-through.
It's not
Is it
see-through.
alive?
It has
Some-
almost like a blue to purple kind of shimmer that passes through it depending on how you move, kind of like looking at the surface of like gasoline that's been spilled or something like that.
Whatever this is quite beautiful.
Careful now, don't get Yeah, let's help me move it away from the cliff. I'd say.
Somewhere out
you
of
can't.
sight.
Yeah, you can't see it as easily from down there.
How the fuck did he get it all the way up here? Maybe like tie a belt to it or something?
He's probably better adapted to this altitude than we are.
Oh, I just meant have him drag it.
basket or bag. Maybe
Yes. t-shirt?
Maybe just a rope around it.
Right, yes.
Sorry, how big is it?
About the size of a cantaloupe.
Oh, okay. In my head, I thought it was
Oh
bigger.
wow. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was
thinking
bigger
like a big-
too.
That was probably wasn't
As you
listening, but
as you
I
look
thought
at
it
it
was
from
like a
as you
boulder.
look at it from further away, it's sort of like when you get closer to it, it's sort of like it's almost like it shrinks in size, but it's really just this kind of like light glow, this diffusion that makes it look bigger from further away when the dust and stuff. But it's only about a cantaloupe in size. Like a perfectly mirror shimmering, like a mirror that's been kind of brushed over, like sanded a little bit, so it's not a perfect mirror surface, and then a layer of like gasoline on top of that that's catching the light in a strange way, kind of moving across it, and then it itself is very slightly rotating and on all of its axes, just like every single way, just moving like this and slightly bobbing up and down, hovering. And as you pushed it, it had more resistance than like a cantaloupe would have pushing it, right? It felt like it was like it
Floating
weighed like 20
cantaloupe.
to 30 pounds or something when you pushed it, but it moved.
Hey,
Let's get this done.
Dixon, you know how the Zodani were psychic?
Whatever that means, yeah.
This spear maybe might interact with this ball.
Poke.
Be my guest.
Poke it. You have it.
Fuck. All right. I'll touch it with the spear while holding the spear in my combat arm.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
There's sort of a ting 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 sound, like almost like a metal on metal.
Back and shrug.
Okay. Worth a try, I guess.
Fuck. I'll hit the button to spear it.
Oh, do you now? Okay.
Goes
Go ahead
off
and roll
the fucking
damage.
mountain.
Oh no.
You
16.
broke this man's
All right.
his entire life's work.
So there is a moment where tink, it flies out and it hits it, and then in a reaction it doesn't move at all, and you're kind of like, you have a moment where you're so I need you to make a what is the skill, the melee blade skill check. Strength.
I did. Let's see. I rolled an attack.
I know, but I don't want you to make an attack. I want you to make a skill check
Okay.
now.
All right. Sorry, you said what stat? Strength?
Melee
Yes, strength.
blade. Oh,
Hey, Danny.
All right, so I might screw this up, but let's try this. No, let me see.
Let's stab it.
Look,
I'm not
I don't
making
have
fun
that
of you.
great of
It's-
endurance. I'm tired, and
it's
like,
great. I love it. It's great.
all right, let's
This
see if this
is
works.
rude,
Don't get
but-
too excited.
Joint.
All right, so and
Yeah, that looks good.
as soon as it makes contact with it at this great speed, it's almost like it stops dead in space. It's hovering there still, but it doesn't move at all. And it's like you're hitting a wall with this, like a solid wall with it, and it almost flies out of your hand. But you manage to hold on to it still, and it doesn't like fly back out of your hand. It wouldn't have hurt you, but you could have lost it, rolled down the hill or something. But you managed to hold on to it, catch on to it. It's your combat arm, so it's not that hard for you. You've got basically a robot arm. So, but it doesn't move. It's like it started to, and then it just goes and stops as soon as it has enough speed.
Looks
Damn.
like it resists the force.
Yeah, it
put
didn't-
against it.
Yeah,
To be
didn't
clear,
like that.
there's absolutely no mark on it whatsoever.
I said poke it, not stab it.
Look,
Yeah, he's like,
I can't
guess
be
you
up here
gotta
too much
try it.
longer.
Cow
We
killer.
gotta get off this mountain. So
He's a cop.
let's
Is he
get
your
this
robot
What
done.
did you expect?
Use
It is poking.
Put it into my
You think
bag.
a robot arm can grab it?
It's a good
and
poke.
What?
Bring it with
You
us?
taking this thing?
Yes.
Take it.
I'll
Fuck.
take off my backpack, lay it down, open it up so he can use the stick and kind of nudge it into the bag.
Poke it in the back.
Why
Alright,
wouldn't
so
you
you
just
hold it down.
swoop it like a cat?
Swoop it like a cat.
Get
I don't
anywhere
even know
near
what that means.
it.
Well, I'll take the bag, like pick up the bag and put the bag on the ball instead of like trying to like
The bag.
Yeah, oh, there's
force
stuff in
this
the bag.
maglev. Well, pull it from underneath then.
Dump the stuff out. And
I
then
mean,
you put it
imagine
back
a
in.
hovering ball, and you're gonna want me to force this ball down into your bag?
Yes.
Use your robot arm and
That's
do
the
it.
craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I'm gonna take the bag and pull it up onto the ball.
Okay. Just make a
Carefully not to touch it with my other hand, in particular, but either hand really.
dexterity
the
check.
bag
Just make a
stayed-
dexterity check.
The bag floated, and you could just wear the
Dexterity,
bag
yeah, I can
and
do that.
drag the
That's no
ball
problem.
at the same height.
That's no.
All right, so
Oh,
you're starting to push it
Oh.
into the bag, and it definitely like resists like the movement on it, kind of the way that it hovers and stuff. As you put it into the bag, it reacts with it, and it kind of pops up. As it does so, like as you're pushing down, it's sort of like a spring, like you've loaded it into a spring, and then as it slips out of your palm, it kind of just pops up and it hits you right in the chin.
Oh,
Dunk! And it hurts because it hit you in the chin like pretty hard.
you ever try to
As it flew
hold a
up.
beach ball under like a swimming pool or something?
You're just like, ah, damn it.
We've all done that one.
And then it just hovers there doing nothing.
And hit myself in the chin with it, but don't tell the game
Oh,
master.
ooh. Oh man. Are you okay?
You don't
That
take
was
any
rough.
damage, but it's smarted.
touched
Yeah, it's
you
a slippery
and you
son of a
didn't
bitch.
die.
Next
I
plan.
guess it doesn't. I guess tie a rope around it like Steruya suggests. We bring it with us like
It's
be
gonna
on a
be a hell of a-
string.
It's gonna be a hell of a knot.
I know sailor knot.
Do you have rope? that's my
You
big
don't know how to
question.
sail it?
This ain't D&D, buddy. You
Not
carry
really.
a 50 pounds of rope in your adventurer's kit.
Yeah, didn't someone get infinite rope?
Nope. I don't have any rope.
I got
Yeah,
like
it's in your portable
7
hole.
weapons. Is that gonna help?
I have a. I don't have rope, but I have a
belt.
light cord / string.
Is anyone wearing a
damn
belt?
Some string.
This son of a bitch.
You can use a belt. I have leather belt.
I've got some light
Faux
cord
leather.
here we can try to use.
I don't see how that's working. To be
Listen.
honest.
All right, I'll take my jacket off, and I'll swoop it over the ball and tie the arms together.
Like a cat.
Yeah.
I have duct
no,
tape.
what?
Yes,
We
Like
could
a
build a
makeshift
duct. We could
papoose.
make a
I'm
duct
making
tape
a
lasso
papoose.
real quick.
I'm just gonna tie
Okay.
the arms of the jacket together around the ball like a papoose
Like on the sides of it? Is that what you're trying to do?
to like contain it. Yeah, like.
Okay, so as you start to tie it on there, you notice it's slightly moving and it keeps slipping out from underneath you tying it. Every time you tie it all, it starts wrapping it
These
around
motherfuckers-
and then it just flops
Suka
and continues to
blade,
want to
this
float
fucking-
there in one space.
This thing does not want to be covered. Okay, new plan. Can I tie? I'm gonna tie.
I will say this, now that you've like experienced this a little bit, you're starting to get a little bit of context by why the hole was so weird where it was buried. It
The
was hovering in the
circle
hole. Yeah.
Mm,
We just need a bulldozer to dump a bunch of dirt on him.
We just need it to be hovering on something we can control, right? So like have it hovering in a wagon or something, right?
I mean, you did
Then we can
move it
the
once
wagon.
already, so it does move. It's not like it moved.
Just
We can
use
just
your
keep
robot
kicking
arm
it down
and-
the row.
We
yeah,
can
just
keep
push
kicking it.
down with
You
your
can
robot
just keep-
hand.
I mean, you can use the spear to push it along too, if you want to stay away
No,
from
the
it.
spirit. Well, maybe. Like just
Not to
push it with the
stab
end,
it
but
again.
but again, it
Yes,
feels
like,
like-
to push it.
it
Yeah,
feels
Not like
like
that.
it's,
Just
again. Imagine.
Snook it down.
I'm imagining this
snook it down
perfect
the
metal
mountain.
sphere. It's gonna be real fucking hard to like.
I don't disagree. Yeah.
I mean, it's like one of those paddles where you're like hitting the ball. It's on the string.
think
It's like
you're-
no joke.
You don't think your mechanical arm would be okay to touch it with?
I think it would, but what do you want me to just palm it?
Yeah.
You've technically
it's a
already touched it,
fucking
but
camera.
yeah,
Yeah.
With his foot, yeah.
with his face.
And his face.
What? Oh, that's right. It did touch you in the face. You didn't die. How did that other guy?
All right,
oh,
well,
it
I'm
was
gonna-
the first time they
yeah,
got
I'm
him.
gonna
didn't
I'm gonna
die.
give it a I'm gonna
Mhm.
give it a
He didn't die.
tepid push with my combat arm.
It was palming down.
Like again,
doing
again,
that.
gently.
Move
Kind
slowly.
kind of intuitive. Yeah, like yes.
It's
the-
like you're
the slow
pushing
knife
it
penetrates
through.
the shield.
It's like you're pushing it through water or something like that. It's kind of how it feels. It's like there's a resistance, but it moves
Right.
fine.
Yeah.
So that thing touched you. I think the guy died because it was the first time he was getting like what Ryder said. It was the first time he was getting brain scanned.
I don't know, man. I don't want to
Overblown.
speculate, but it could be.
Yeah, maybe it did
It might
kill,
not
it,
have liked
kill that
a
person
cut
on
of his
purpose.
jib. Yeah, it might not have
Maybe it
liked
did.
his what kind
If
of
it's
thoughts he was
sentient
having.
in some way.
You did
right.
just try to stab it though, so I don't see why it would have any reason to.
I
Like
bet
you.
just out of annoyance of being at the top of this damn mountain, not out of like I wasn't trying to.
You
break
think it's
it.
sentient then?
It sure
Could be.
it sure got up
It
in my
seemed to
mind.
It seemed to slip
Yes,
out
but
of
this-
your coat in a kind of sentient way. Like it
Yeah, it's definitely
knew
not
what you were
dumb.
trying to do.
It's outsmarting us right
Yeah.
now.
I wouldn't call this intelligence. I would call
Well, all right, let's get off
That's
this damn
outsmarting us
mountain
right
and then we'll figure it out. Stay Ruya, are you sure we want this thing? Isn't it safer up here for now?
out in the open on top of the mountain where these people are looking for.
That it hasn't been found until now. Like it hasn't been found. He put it up here because nobody would find it, because nobody in their right mind would ever come up here.
It's pretty much true. though.
Like,
That's
and if
true.
we pull it away from the church, it's gonna be even more impossible for them to find it. I mean, we're gonna like what we. I don't even know what our next step is, but I don't think having this sphere around is gonna make our next step any easier. I vote we leave it.
I
call
don't
a
think we should
cab and we're
leave it.
like, hold on, we gotta get our hovering
don't
orb
want to
in the
bring it
back seat
with
real
us.
quick.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually. Call the
Right,
cab.
it might be dangerous, but we definitely don't want anybody else to get in it. Maybe
Right,
until we
I
talk
don't-
to this sir, what's his name?
I'm a trap
Oh, the
bag.
knife.
We don't know how it could be wielded
Right.
in some kind
Go
of
ahead and
way as
roll.
like a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who wants it.
dexterity or
Maybe.
athletics dexterity if you have athletics dexterity.
Maybe we can come back
What's
and
he
get it
trying to
and
do?
sell it someday, but
He's trying to like scoop it up real quick and bag it like Dixon did.
like right now,
That's
right
fine.
now, with this
It po-
other
it pops
case
out.
we're on, with this other, we got to deal with these fucking gangs before we deal with this thing. This
It's
is
not
like
that
a
it's
whole
resistant
nother
to being
thing.
covered with stuff. It's that like it tries to hover in whatever it's in. So it's pushing against
Okay,
the surface
Right,
and whatever.
so
and it's,
I'm gonna
it's
take-
constantly moving. And
I'm
you
gonna
can't
keep
stop it from spinning.
yeah. I'm gonna take this blanket that I have out of my bag and put it underneath
What is this
the
guy?
thing.
Okay.
I want to try to slide it underneath where it's hovering and lift it up and see
Okay,
if
so
it lifts
as soon
up.
as you slide it
with
underneath
the-
it, it's like dragging the blanket as though like a table were sitting on top of it. So you have to be like, like pulling it towards you to scoot it. But eventually, it does sit somewhat in the middle.
Okay, so and then I'm gonna lift it up a bit and see if it kind of
forgot you had a
comes with me. What?
So you pick up the blanket. Is that what you're saying?
It's like an
I'll
emergency
help him
blanket
on
in
the
the
other side of
survival.
it.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't think it was too big because it's one of those like kind of. I pictured it as those kind of silver emergency blankets that come in a survival kit, but it could be not that.
But like we're picking up all four corners to
But
see
yeah.
if that lifts it, right?
All
Yeah.
right. Well, I think this is the first good opportunity for something. So roll 3d6.
Okay. 3d6. All right.
3d6.
Wow.
All right.
Gross.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
No, you were trying to get a 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, punch.
3,
Yeah.
2, 1. 3, 1, 2. All right.
In the 3-1.
I just wanted to set that so I can make its roll here.
Yeah, you definitely get very pressed.
Okay. So you describe to me exactly what you're doing. I have my number, so I know the success of what happens.
Okay,
but-
so at first I was kind of putting my arms under it, and I was gonna kind of lift it up, but then Dixon came to grab the other ends, so I moved kind of over to the end, and we each grabbed a corner and tried to kind of
okay.
lift it up to see if it would go up with the thing, like stay on it.
So
Up to the
if
blanket.
you both lift and keep the platform pretty stable, and it pushes down on the blanket a fair bit, and it kind of bows down for a moment. It's like it weighs like 20 or so pounds, but there it sits in the middle as an indentation in it, kind of as you move the blanket a little bit, because it's not a perfectly stable platform, it kind of stays like as centered as it can. But as you move the blanket pretty gently, it goes along with it.
Nice. All right.
But you're right, we just need to get something under it like that. So
Yep.
Yeah, but does the blanket wrap around the whole thing? It looks like the great
now we just have to
force
hold
of
it
the
like
thing is
this.
just past it.
What happens? What about the top of it?
It just spins there. So if you wrap it up in the blanket, it's not necessarily going to come undone. It just, as long as you can keep it in there. The trick is basically going from the bottom first.
Going from the bottom up.
Corners up and tight.
Smart. Okay, let's do
Yeah.
it. Try to bundle
So
it.
yeah, so we can tie it around it and then put a stick through and carry it like a fucking
The spear.
What is that thing called?
Carpet bagger.
yeah.
You don't have any sticks, but you
that's
could
what
use the
they're called.
spear if you wanted.
He's got the spear. Yeah, yeah. That's what-
History class is good for something, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so you throw the thing over your shoulder. Who's carrying it? Because it is not
I would
a
say Dixon because
light
he's got the
object.
strength.
I would say you're also probably smart enough to know you could put it in the middle of the spear, and both of you
I
carry the
was gonna
spear.
say, yeah.
All right,
Could
we'll
do
do
that as
that.
well.
And this is more of
It's
a
not as stylish, but we could do
luau
that.
situation.
Easier when you're
So
walking
we are.
down a mountain in thin air, though.
So we are taking
Up
this
to
with
you.
us
I mean-
then.
I think it's safe.
Is that the call?
If it's
Right,
with
I
let's
think
do
it's
it.
good.
no,
Yeah.
what happened to it?
Mechanically speaking, would it help if if we like sat here and I like let everybody use the mask for a minute to like breathe some not thin air?
If you all sit here, eat rations, drink basic, and pass the mask back and forth to breathe thicker air for, I'll say, 4 hours as a rest, I'll allow you to get your endurance back.
I'm cool with waiting here.
I mean, we're going downhill this time.
Sure.
It's not going to be as bad downhill, but yeah.
Yeah,
You still have,
4
you still have to
hour
roll for exertion. In
break,
it's gonna be 1 roll instead of 2
we
rolls
should
for the
go.
exertion in the thin air, but it's up to you.
We can go. We can make it big.
Wish we could just push this thing off the cliff.
I'm just saying you're going to have to spend like 4 hours to get the endurance back either way, whether you do it here or there.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we should spend 4 hours here. I mean,
Crazy.
we could. What's our next step, though?
Let's talk about that.
As we go down the hill, we'll talk about it.
All right, so you're starting your way down. It's going to be easier this time to make your way back, so I just need 1 survival roll, and I'm going to need the 1 endurance check from everybody. So let's just go ahead and roll that survival roll.
I guess we get big down and call for
Oh wow!
Ooh, okay. Well, you once again lead yourself into a dead end. costing yourself a bit of time. So it's going to end up being two endurance rolls instead of one. So everybody go ahead and make your first endurance roll.
Hey.
Nice.
Are we still at the?
Still need two more?
We didn't rest yet.
No, you didn't rest. All right. So, wait, hold on. Endurance. I got like an extra roll here.
You're supposed to roll 2 endurance rolls, right?
No, not yet.
No, this is just the first one. So I'm gonna ignore your last roll there. So we go to this view. So let's see everybody that failed, which is everybody except for Dixon. If you don't rest for an hour, you will take another durability damage. 1 endurance damage. Sorry, durability. What the fuck's that? You will take another endurance damage.
Guys, this is rough on me.
Did I not need to roll because I'm the mask, right?
You don't need to roll because of the mask. That's true. If you're wearing it,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, totally forgot.
I gotta take a break here.
Take a break. Yeah, let's do it. We can hang out here. You want to breathe through this mask for a minute?
Yes, please.
Take it. Here, I'll take the mask off. And here, I'll put it in the. Well.
You don't have to do that. I'll just hold it for a minute.
Okay. All right.
We pass the mask back and forth. The better part of an hour passes by each of you taking a rest. So you don't take an additional endurance damage since you're pacing yourselves, but you lose another hour. It's now 3 hours since you left the top of the mountain. And to that end, let me do this just real quick. But you make your way further down as you end your little break. I'm gonna need another endurance check from everybody. 1 second.
God damn it.
Okay. So everybody that failed again needs to either take another hour break, or take another endurance damage.
Guys, this is rough.
So just so you have context for what it is right now, it's 2:50 p.m. You're having a hard time with this mountain. Mountains are hard though, without like special gear and stuff.
We can try and make it to the bottom on what we have.
Yeah. I have to take more minuses. I'm already down 2 endurance points.
You have
Up
get
to you,
pretty low
Ryder.
before you get penalized, I think.
So that's the last endurance check you'll have to make.
You
But
can
your
rest
choice is:
another
are you going
hour.
to spend if you're going to rest another hour and get there an hour later, or are you going to?
I mean, time doesn't really matter at the moment, so yeah, let's take it easy.
Okay, so you rest for yet another hour. I'll push it for another. All right, so it's just after
I'm
4.
being penalized for you guys, but
It's just after 4 p.m. now, as you made your way down far down the mountain here into the area you were previously at, the chapel community. Is there anywhere in particular you want to go first here?
All right, well, let's talk about this. So,
Well, first, where are you heading here as you're making your way into the chapel community? Are you
That's what I
talking
mean,
as you're
we need
walking
to-
down, or?
yeah, we're talking as we're
Okay.
walking.
So let's say you'll say this conversation takes place during your little hour break there.
So we got this noble man. We got these old boys at their camp, where we at least got one of their walkie-talkies, and we've got this saber that we could try to get it mixed up into this. We know that these guys are scared of them, as they should be. But we know that they stole this stuff from them, and they don't want them to find out.
Yes, but if we involve Saber, how many innocents get caught up in gang fight?
One here left, I guess.
To be clear,
There's-
Dixon, what you know about them is they're not really a gang. They're like a real criminal syndicate.
Right.
Like a super gang, I guess. I don't know. They're interstellar. They literally have presences in multiple
Right.
star
But
systems.
like at this level, we're talking about
So-
some thugs probably showing up.
So that man in the
right, sure.
with the filigree on his collar. Who was he working for?
Some noble guy, so
Some noble guy.
we don't know
Is
how
he
he's mixed
related?
up, but probably the
Right.
buyer.
Who
Sir
killed
Cabos
He's probably
him?
Tabon
behind his
Sillum.
laser pistols.
It's the
Was it
Cabos.
a Saber agent who killed him?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Right? There's someone else here, and he's not part of the William
Yeah. Why would
Better
he?
gang.
Yeah, that's fair. Or he might be, but it might be something going on that we don't quite see yet.
There is a missing piece somewhere.
Yeah, fair enough.
So what do you suggest?
And we
do
know
when
that he
get
had
to
Shaw.
camp?
This guy had Shaw's journal,
Some
That's
pages worth out
interesting.
of Shaw Jr. Yeah.
and he was trying to get one of these comms, so we know he wasn't with their gang. And he was probably working against their gang.
then who
But that
killed
could be
him?
this guy could be a Saber. There's lots of rumors
This
that
wouldn't-
they've got people in the Imperium.
Oh, maybe he. Right. Okay. So then you think Wilhelm's gang member killed him with this?
Yeah, I mean that would be stupid even for them, I think.
Right. They're already terrified. I'm not sure.
I mean, we can just walk in there and just ask them, just have a talk with them.
His back was a henchman for this noble.
Yeah, something like
Right.
that.
But we don't know who this noble is. Right. Maybe this noble is
Perhaps it
Saber.
was just somebody being bribed.
Like a hitman?
No, like someone you would bribe to allow customs to go through.
Hey, he's not gonna drag his ass all the way up here to the mountain and be digging up bodies, though, is he?
But he would send a henchman if he thought the money was running out.
Oh, you know what
Yeah.
though?
Although who killed him, I don't know.
Oh, that's very curious.
Who would use a spear like this?
All right, and then just leave it.
Someone who
Leaving
did-
it is weird. Like an intentional clue. Like, look, who did this? We did this.
Sends a message.
Who do we know that's Sodani involved with any of this? Like,
Oh,
maybe
this-
Sable is Sodani.
That's a hell of a coincidence for. So can I make any kind of streetwise to see, like, are there gangs that use these kind of piston spears?
Yeah, sure, you can
Or
roll.
like, yeah, it's like
It's
a calling
streetwise.
card kind of thing.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I should have put that one on camera. +7 effect. Okay, well, I'll say with that, you get it some information that makes sense.
Information. Whispers.
It's technically not a street.
You've heard of them. It's not a gang that uses these. The rumors of these being used by the officers and stuff during the last war with the Zodani is definitely true. They were, but specifically in recent times, something else, another organization. You've only heard of them in passing, but with the +7 effect, you'll definitely have heard of them. And they are suspected to be a Zodani organization called the Crystalline Understanding. With that much of a role, you would know that they have probably some involvement with other criminal organizations, but mostly always in the smuggling of ancient artifacts, and have been involved in a few acts of violence in the Imperium. Kind of thought of as like almost like a terrorist organization to some degree.
Son of a bitch.
What's it?
I remember something I heard in the street, like, one of those things you don't put too much stock in, but
Yeah.
some kind of organization that used pretty nasty. Just heard a couple rumors, but dealing with Zodani organization, dealing with smuggling ancient artifacts, and a gesture to the orb. Not unheard of to see a little violence out of them.
Ah.
Could be could be working with other criminal organizations.
Do you think one of them is here trying to steal it?
How would they have known about it?
I think it's probably theirs.
Oh. So you think it's just chance that it happened right now? These are completely separate.
Chance, or he just moved it to the top of this mountain. Maybe it woke up.
You think it pinged, right? Okay.
I don't know what sonic bullshit's all about. I heard they can read your thoughts. Maybe
Never
this thing is
encountered
calling
one
out to
myself.
him.
Right.
But yeah, how did that fucker kill this guy right out under our noses?
That's
This mountain's deserted. Like, we haven't seen any evidence of that.
You saw no tracks, no other vehicle tracks.
None that I could
You would
find.
definitely have known that based off of your investigation roll
That's
earlier,
so.
Dixon.
Yeah. Well,
What was the
did that
name of
journal
these
say
organs?
that he told him about this orb?
He told who?
The stupid
In the journal, Shaw and they found the orb at the same time when they were digging and stuff. And then they all crowded around
found
it.
and he hit
Somebody
it.
touched it, and one guy died. Then they went away, and he was trying to listen to their comms, and he went through his old dad's journal. It was like, oh, this is one of these things. I can't let us sell it. So he moved it up to the top of the mountain, and was going to move his wife and kids away. When he came back, he didn't apparently get a mountain timer. It's all you can figure, but you don't know.
I wonder how they got a hold of his journal pages. Now I'm wondering who really started the fire, actually. Starting to wonder.
I bet they killed him. I bet Wilhelm killed him because he was hiding the orb and wouldn't give it to him.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because once they started asking around to try to sell it.
So that means his journal was stolen before the fire.
Oh. Maybe. Or somebody just found it. I think it's weird the way fires work. You never know what gets burned and what gets left behind.
I think it's pretty safe to say everything in that fire was destroyed.
But still, do we take on the gang?
You did find
or-
a flamethrower cartridge there too. Remember that?
It didn't seem like a Zodani style necessarily.
Oh no,
I don't know where these
It
pages
was,
came
it was like
from.
it was like a standard like Imperium like flamethrower thing, was it? Zodania. It was crushed by the tire of or tracks or whatever of that vehicle. You know.
Oh, I don't think the diary was, or the journal was in the house, actually. Because in the journal itself, he says he's going to send his wife and kids away as soon as he gets back. So this journal was not at the house.
Not get sent back.
No, I assume when he made it there, that's when he met his demise with the rest of his family. After that last entry. So whatever this journal was, is where the pages were discovered. So I guess it wouldn't have been destroyed, I guess. But someone knew to find it and look for it. That's fucking me up right now.
Yeah, this agent,
This noble.
this
agent.
noble, he's the wild card. I feel like out of everybody,
But
he
the
might
spear,
be
though.
our,
There's some other organization killing him.
well, the
here.
Zodani,
What was their name?
the crystalline understandings, what they're fucking called. If you
So there's
believe
a whole
that.
other. That's a weird name. There's a whole other group here
Yeah,
called that.
it's a mouthful.
Crystalline understand. So they
Yeah, they showed up. They don't like him. I mean,
they understand crystals, I guess.
like it or not, it's probably their orb.
Or perhaps they were the buyers.
I think they were trying to get this orb for sure, and killing anybody who stood in their way. I think.
So now we have it. We are a target.
Now we have it.
Where do we go from here then with this giant bullseye?
Well,
in a
we got
blanket.
that gang
So we know
that's
that.
causing trouble.
Wilhelm Barrett? Well, I think taking this might fuck with them a lot, right? We did our job, yeah?
So with a few
Something.
laser shots in the head.
We can just leave here and they'll be stuck here. Where's the orb? Where's the orb? And they'll kill each other looking for it, right? So they'll get theirs.
Maybe.
It's worth a shot. I mean, there's too many for the four of us. That's for
You
damn
know,
sure.
thinking back, something Addison said
What's it?
when the night of the fire, there was some. He woke up because there was some shooting. I don't think it would have been. I mean, it could have been Shaw, but it sounded like a pretty big ruckus.
Flamethrowers.
Maybe there was a fight. Oh,
I wonder
nothing
if they were
about it in,
all.
I guess comm log.
Since we're closer, I'm gonna turn on the radio again.
Okay. Make me a comms check or electronics.
Electronic.
Everyone's in position.
Yeah, right. Bah, 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 just in time to hear it.
Oh, it's
We got him. He's checking the comms.
Effective 4. All right, hold on.
I'm also to note making sure that there's nothing going into the receiver.
Okay. Well, I would say with an effective 4, you don't have to worry about like botching the comms.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying? Because you
Yeah,
already
yeah.
rolled really
You hit
well.
the paint location Send
Yeah.
out button.
It's like, I don't think it's working. I'm
The
just
rescue
transmitting. Well, good thing we're off this mountain with the artifact.
All right, everybody roll 4d6. Drop the lowest.
What did I do?
Oh, now how do I do that? Boom.
Right click.
Just roll 4d6 and drop the lowest. Like use your eyeballs. You can see what the
I got
individual
2
dice are.
left. What do I do now?
What is that number?
1. They're both 1.
No, the total number
Yeah,
at the
13.
end. Okay.
11.
All right. So, what is going on
Aim
here?
for stay
Oh, you
rulia.
rolled separately. I see.
Yeah, I tried to
rolled
phone it.
3
It didn't
and
work. It didn't work.
So,
Please.
Roman got a 9. Sterulia got a what was it?
14.
14.
Is this our initiative?
Yeah, you're getting sniped. Dixon, what was yours?
13.
Rod of God coming down from out of orbit.
Yeah, you guys got good rolls. Ryder, what was yours? 11.
11.
All right. There you go. Those are your luck scores.
All right.
Oh, hell
What
yeah.
do you mean?
Okay,
What
Roman.
does that mean?
I'm gonna need you to make a luck check.
Okay.
What was yours?
9.
9. Okay. Success. Okay.
Alright.
Those are going to be very rarely used in instances of like where it's just like a pure luck thing. It's a useful stat to have in the game. So everybody has a luck stat. The psi stat is related to interaction with psionic stuff, of course, and then the morale will come into play more as we whereas you're on like the ship for long periods of times and you have downtime and making you have to do carousing and stuff like that. But we're not going to roll the morale until we get to the point you need to roll the morale. Just like we weren't going to roll the luck until we got to the point you needed the luck. And nobody gets to roll the psi because we did that in the beginning. You had 0, so we'll worry about that later.
So
Unless you go to a science.
You intended luck to be inflated, like normally your stats are 2. Okay.
I rolled 2 1s. That's
Oh
so-
wait, yeah, you're
so
right.
fair.
I went to do 3d6
Yeah,
and
it's
dropped
not D&D.
1, not 4.
Right, you don't,
yeah,
right. Stats
D&D
are 2d6.
brain happened. Yeah. It's 3d6 dropped the lowest, not 2d6 dropped the lowest.
Sorry, boys.
Harsh.
So just drop your lowest too. Oh,
Yeah, just do it again. Just roll again. It's fine.
we could just drop the lowest too.
Oh, you can do that too.
No, that's not fair.
I don't know what it is now.
Watched it.
And we dropped the
That's true.
lowest,
That's
you
what
said?
lost out though.
No, that's not the same thing.
3d6
Yeah,
drop the lowest. So yours is still 9.
Minus
So
8.
yours didn't change, Roman.
It's 10.
Wow, it just
No,
took a long
it's-
time to roll. Okay.
No, it's
Mine's-
9.
You
dropped
dropped
a
the
4.
lowest one.
Oh, it's a 6. I thought that it was a 5.
Oh, I was so confused. I was like, how am I doing this wrong?
Yeah, no, it was right. You're right.
I was like, it's just adding these 2 together, right?
So just change it to 10.
Yeah, it went up.
So yours actually went up. That's funny. Ryder rolled all 5s, so also 10. So just change your luck to 10. Oh, poor Stay Rule, yeah. Luck of 5.
Oh, wow. You had the highest one last time.
Yeah, I went for
You had 14.
That's my bad.
That
That's
really
my bad.
sucks. I mean, I guess that makes sense for your
No, that's
character,
the right
though,
way
right,
to do it.
Saria?
Yeah, I guess.
Lost everything
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Okay, has everybody got their
Where's your lucky brick, huh?
their luck stat in there now?
Yep.
All right, I won't make you re-roll the check because you have a higher luck now than you did before anyway.
So I would have
it doesn't matter.
succeeded regardless. Regardless. Okay. So I'm lucky.
That's true. That'll come in handy sometimes.
Lucky. So yeah,
Especially if you're not gonna have a gun.
That's a fair point.
You're gonna need to be lucky.
hell yeah.
Okay. Whoops, that was a weird
Lucky's
button.
gonna
I
be the
just
name
hit
of
the
my
wrong button. We're good.
Laser.
All right, so you tune into the comms, and you just hear a crackle of static at first. Let me pull this up so I can actually see what I'm doing here.
A snap crackle.
Like the same person.
You guys, I think there's a problem here too.
Yeah, it seems like Art Fast Hagelson's about ready to come pick up them guns over there. That's pretty cool. You guys think maybe we could try and get our hands on some better basic this time, though? I mean, come on. What? We mean better basic. It's all the same. It always tastes the same. No, like I always heard there's a purple flavor, you know? It's just when they mix them. Wait, are you serious?
So it kind of goes on like that for a little while.
That's a good idea, actually.
You're still.
We could have had any flavor we wanted just by mixing them. Mind
All
blown.
right, nerds, keep it together.
Oh god. Okay.
You guys, this is really bad. I think they're about to get rid of those
Who the
guns.
fuck's
We still have a
Haggleton?
chance to stop the sale.
Hold on.
feel like we're supposed to-
You rolled a success on your luck, so you're getting more than that. But there's a little bit. More.
Okay.
You go in
So
blazing.
they get back in.
I have a rifle.
You don't think we gotta watch out from our blades in the dark friends, do you, anymore? You know what I'm talking about, right, Saber? I told you to stop using the names. Oh yeah. Well, you think they're around? Because we hadn't heard from Leonard in a while now. We tried to contact him, and not so sure what's going on. Yeah, Leonard's dead. Wait, you really think he's dead? Yeah, he's definitely dead. We gotta get rid of these guns and get the fuck out of here. He's dead. There's no way he wouldn't answer. He hasn't not answered in 10 years. He's dead. Fuck. Well, at least this hard fast fucker is gonna buy these guns. It'll be his problem then. Saber will come after him. Stop using the name. What about the other buyers for that orb? Well, we gotta find it first. What was it? Lagandia Interstellar? Whole mega corporation? Why would they be interested? And this noble? I'm so confused, man. We gotta get off of here. If Saber's after us, stop using the name. I'm sorry, man. I'm scared. Okay, I'm just gonna come over there, okay?
That's all you get.
So you guys catched it. Sounds like they have buyers lined up for the weapons. And some other group is interested in the artifact. And Saber might be here already. That might be who was wielding. Oh no, that's the crystalline. Motherfucks. What is going on?
We gotta stop the sale though.
So you've heard of
We have an
several things.
opportunity.
You heard about the people before in the earlier comms logs that were up in the mountains that disappeared when they approached them. He mentioned some noble, Lagandia Interstellar, and Ardfast Hegelson, a buyer for the guns. As well as, of course, mentioning the saber.
Would I know anything about Lagandia Interstellar?
That's a fair point. I think it would be okay for people to roll just an open intelligence check, an intellect check, to see if you run into them. Oh.
Yeah, if we can scare off that buyer for good, then that would at least fuck with their plans. Keep them
Maybe,
here and get more time for the saber to get to them.
I have an idea.
Your mic's
Maybe we make.
I have a pretty good roll.
okay.
Nice.
Still screwed. What was your question?
About the corp.
If I know Lagandia. and
Yeah, but I
Ursula.
meant like what
know.
I mean about them. Like, ask specific questions. I mean, you've heard the name. I'll say with that much of a roll. But what was like? Ask me a specific question
I mean,
about them. Is what I'm saying.
what kind of business are they in?
Okay, so they are
Is it-
a mega corporation that deals in some of the higher technology research. They've been involved some in a research into ancient ruin sites. They've also produced various what's the word I'm looking for? The like devices and upgrades and things like that that can go into ships and weapons and stuff like that. But they're pretty big. They have they're in multiple systems and they conduct a lot of trade as well.
Okay. So future Lockheed Martin. Got it.
Kind of like that, yeah. That also does ancient ruin research, right?
Yeah,
But
that's why I said future.
a lot of companies might do that if there were like fancy
Right.
alien technologies laying around for them to try to figure out, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's really interesting. Can understand why they would want this.
So just to go through the factions you've got the names for now, just so you have them all in a clear, concise list. That's the Saber, Crystalline Understanding, Lagandia Interstellar, and of course the noble Sir Cabos Tabant Silum. And to a lesser degree, I guess, Ardfast Hegelson,
In the Wilhelm gang.
who you have heard as a arranged buyer for the weapons, and the Wilhelm Barrett gang. Yeah,
Okay.
the players at large. So, having this information now, sitting here, taking your break, where do you go?
Do we
Any
want
chance we can intercept the buyer? I don't know. I guess they'd probably fly in. In my head, they were in a truck, but
if
Sorry.
there's
I was
maybe
thinking
there's
if
Go
we
ahead.
no. That's,
maximize our profit and minimize their profit, we kill the gang and sell the crates ourselves.
guess it will make sure they're not profiting.
a sweet
know
little
what I was
story,
thinking?
but
You know what I was thinking? Instead of killing them or trying to, we could make them think that Saber is here already. Somehow. So they like leave the weapons and run.
Do you think they would leave the
Oh.
weapon?
They
Kinda,
seem
like,
very
scared as shit.
terrified. They know that they're Saber's weapons, don't they?
yeah. They
So
took them
maybe
from
in an
Saber, and they know.
In an effort to not die, they just leave the merchandise and run.
Could work. But how do we pretend to be Saber?
That is the question. I was thinking initially maybe a fake radio call. Somehow, like, I'm coming in to dock. I'm the Saber guy. You know, something like that.
Convincing.
Like the Kool-Aid guy, just jump through the wall.
Would I know any sort of signature of theirs?
Rolling, it's gonna be a pretty difficult roll. Make a very difficult streetwise intellect roll. Oh my god, you actually did it. with a 3 effect.
Dude, that's why you're the cop.
So, what you know about them, they don't have necessarily... Well, okay, they actually said it a little bit in the message there. They're known for literally cutting their enemies into multiple pieces and just scattering them around the site. Often their loved ones, or mailing them to them. In many cases, even the opposite, getting the loved ones, slicing them up into many pieces, and then mailing that in like official, as like actual express boat, like physical mails and stuff, like packaged and delivered, oftentimes to their enemies. They are brutal, interstellar, and involved in a lot of various crimes. The idea of them stealing weapons from the military or having control over some military manufacturing somewhere is not crazy at all. It's like, oh yeah, of course they do, right? Their calling cards, as you might suggest, is not so much a other than the chopping the people up thing. They, in messages and such, the few that you have seen that have been in logs from people that they have killed or anything like that, there's always a figure completely in shadow with a voice modulator on every time they speak, and there's always this backscatter encryption, and a lot of their messages are also have essentially like have viruses encoded in them that literally erase the messages and things like right after they're received. So they're pretty sophisticated, using a lot of higher TL stuff, etc. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Well, we can.
Yes, any idea?
Your mic just went crazy again.
All you gotta do is chop a bunch of people up and mail them.
Oh boy.
Son of a bitch! If we have to dig those bodies up again,
Yup. Yep. We got bodies. We just need to mail them.
Test.
Yeah,
Seems
that
like the
sounds
best
alright.
option. If we want to be scary, I mean, they are already dead.
you're okay with that, dog?
They're dead. It would also prevent a lot of future death.
They're
I hope
donating
so.
their bodies to science.
In a way, for
So
the betterment of mankind, right?
that's a hell of a plan. What do you think, Steveria? Does that suit you?
Go over it
Dig-
one more time, just so I'm making sure I understand.
We
Wait,
dig up
So
the
step
bodies.
1, we dig up the dead bodies. Step 2, we chop them into little pieces.
Step 3,
Sure.
bro.
Step 3, we take it to a post office. And step 4, we have it mailed
Look,
to.
these thugs, these we don't have to do the whole rigmarole. If we scatter these bodies in their driveway, that's gonna be plenty, I think.
The problem is, do we have enough time to deter them from doing the deal? Where's the deal happening? Did they say?
I am not a fan of that plan.
You don't know where the deal is happening. They didn't say, but they did.
Sounded
You do
like
know
it
that
was
they have
imminent.
extracted the crates.
All right, so there may still be time if we want to just. We don't have to mail it.
Remember,
actually.
they
We can
didn't care about them having the crates or whatever. They just didn't want them near them while they were staying here because they didn't want to get caught by the saber or whatever. So
We can
they
just,
likely have the crates
visit-
on them now, wherever that is.
Right? Yeah.
we can
Which
physically
is their
drop
camp.
off their camp. We can just drop off a
Yeah,
box.
these guys have a bit of a calling card where they send one of those like you see in the vids, shadowy figure, kind of a electronic background. You know, again, we don't have to do the whole thing, but if we can do like do a voice modulator and a shadowy,
Some encryption.
image, not even encryption, just shadowy thing with the scary voice. These guys are already about to piss themselves already
Oh,
just from the
yes.
thought of these guys.
You can
If
hit
we,
us on
send,
the car.
if we put some body parts in their driveway and send them a nasty message, it could do the trick.
It sounds like the best plan yet, honestly.
They get out, they leave the lasers. Maybe we're standing there when the buyer shows up, and we make a little profit.
Edison just said he didn't want them profiting.
I mean,
All right,
that's right.
let's
It's
dig
just
up the bodies.
I've been
Just-
digging in that garden twice now. I will not do it again.
I will help this time. Also, do we want to sell the
like
merchandise?
cats like
Because
to dig.
again, it is
Oh, boy.
Saber's stolen weapons. Do we really want to be responsible for the ones handing them off to the buyers?
We could contact Saber and give them back and get in their good graces.
I don't even think that's worth getting on their radar, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a thought. Like
I say we
make that
leave.
call.
I say we leave it. We just send them the body parts and hope for the best. Maybe, well, the scary video too, yes.
Leave it.
These guys are no
Leave all this
fucking jokes, so
profit?
you're right about that. But let's think about it.
Where do we
We'll
go?
see how
now?
things shape up. But now we need to get them bodies and get the deed done.
We gotta start chopping.
All right.
Athletic strength checks, baby. You head your way back to the chapel community, lugging this orb in the middle of the thing. Like, pretty tired right now.
I have a hatchet.
That's
Like
cool.
a machete.
Perfect. Grab a shovel.
That's,
Let's go.
that's
Yeah,
the easy
piston
part.
spear.
Do we want to
All right,
put the?
let's get these bodies out.
We
Start
could
going.
put the orb in the basement, maybe.
Like that.
in the,
I
in
mean,
the cellar.
I was thinking that or Shaw's Farm.
That would be
Give
the
them to
last
that cute
place they'd look.
That's right.
I'd rather keep it closer.
It's probably
All right, man.
wise.
You sure this orb didn't get a hold of you there, Styria? You gonna let it go when the time comes?
Very much so.
Your precious orb.
All right, man.
I guess let's put it in
Gal.
the basement for now. I'll help with the bodies. All right, I'll start digging. Was it in?
Yeah, we're digging.
Strength.
We're digging.
All right, go ahead and roll them up.
Strength, athletics, if you got it.
Oh,
Wait,
it would
that
not
was
be
difficulty 12.
not difficulty 12. That would be it would just be
I mean,
average.
isn't the soil pretty loose at this point? You know?
0.
It's just about the speed. You're
impressive.
doing.
Wow.
You're not gonna not do it.
How did
That
I do
is
that?
impressive.
Okay, so it's gonna. It takes you guys about an hour to dig both of the bodies up, and you are absolutely exhausted.
I'm wheezing and drinking some shots. This
I think
is
we need
rough
a
day.
rest, guys.
I'm not chopping the body up. after this.
I'll chop the bodies.
That's gross, man.
I've seen worse.
So,
Let's go.
all right, it's
Come to think of it, I
5:40
guess I
p.m.
have to.
currently.
All right, we
So
got
the
bodies out.
orb is in the shelter. Are we thinking that, or what's the play?
Yeah, where are you putting it?
Yeah, and
'Cause
the,
when you drop the spear, it just kind of
Sure.
sits there.
We
in
can
the
just leave
cellar.
The
Yeah.
blanket
Yeah, in the
rustles a
cellar.
little bit every now and then as it slightly catches some friction on the surface of the orb as it spins inside and then just kind of slips. So it's sort of like it bobs a little bit inside of it still. So it's sort of this weird like, is that like a living thing in there? You know, like if you didn't know better,
Right.
you might think that there was something like rustling around in it.
Okay. Yeah, we push it in the cellar.
There's no problem getting it down in the cellar. Just still covered
Better
in a blanket.
circumstances, we'd have a new
However,
sport here, boys.
When you open the doors to the cellar, and in the interior of the cellar, you see yet another dead body.
I told y'all we should
right-
check this
right on
fucking
the-
cellar.
Right on the steps, like laying like he was trying to come
God.
up the stairs.
You guys.
And I would say because of your role earlier, Dixon, you recognize him to be a Zodani member of the Crystalline Understanding.
Oh,
What the fuck? It's one of those Understanding fucks.
This is one of them.
I want to loot this mother. I want to look on his body and see what
His
he has on
his
him.
throat is cut. Hold on, let me get to it. His throat is cut, and his clothes are like essentially like looks like they've been through a fight, right? Dirty and cut up and stuff, and stained with blood. There's multiple stab wounds in his chest, and other than that, he has nothing on him.
Wow.
Those guys must have got him.
Here?
Mm-hmm.
One of the saber fucks must have been hiding in here, and he got caught out.
So Saber is already here, you think?
He was here, so I think that
I guess
tells
we
us
just get the fuck out.
Everybody's here.
everybody's here. in
He's
this
not cut up or anything.
godforsaken
He's just
mountain.
stabbed.
His throat was slit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Sounds
like
like
he was cut
a
in
knife
the
in
middle
the
of battle,
dark
though.
to me.
It looks like he was in a
Okay,
struggle,
all right.
like in a fight.
All right, all right,
But I mean, it could be a saber. You don't know.
right. Okay.
Well, I guess we stick with
Maybe.
our plan for now. We could use him. Oh no, he's not part of
It could have
their
been
gang. They
it
won't
could have been the
know
dead
why
dude out, right? They got the spear through the back. You don't know.
Yeah. Why would this asshole come in here?
Well,
Any? Take a look around. Like
He was looking
anything
for
else
us,
out of
maybe.
place? Yeah, right. But why would this Sodani be after us?
it's just this group. They're artifact hunters.
Or,
But
wow, how's
I
this guy
guess-
How's this guy get in a fight and then get in this place
there's more
and
than
then
one.
die coming up the ladder?
There's more.
So I
than
will say,
one.
when you're looking down in there and you go down there, there's blood and stuff all over the interior of the.
Yeah, this was a fucking knife fight in a
Yeah.
elephant booth.
Blood all down
Well-
up the stairs. There's bloody handprint on the interior side of the cellar door, like it was pushed open by a bloody hand, even, or like grabbed by it, not pushed open.
So two people fought. This guy got left for dead, and then he woke up and tried to like get out, but then he succumbed. Right with it. I do an investigate to kind of happen.
Okay.
This is a fucking mess right here.
It seems like a likely scenario for what happened. It's hard to determine specifics, but it seems like he was probably left in here to die.
Trail of blood, like
Based off of there is a trail of blood that goes up the stairs and it begins to go out, but it's kind of like wiped off on that little. Remember the little edge that keeps the dust from covering the door? It's like scraped off on there, like somebody wiped their feet.
Man, I really hope he wasn't alive when we were
and
here.
any
earlier.
sign of blood from the second person.
You can try and roll a medicine to determine roughly when he died, but it's not going to necessarily be easy to know. It's going to be a difficult check.
Why does it shoot my dice off the tray?
I mean, they didn't for me. I don't know. I just saw him roll in the middle there.
I see that every time.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have to roll it twice usually. My first roll usually flies off the.
Are you like
Pilot.
flinging them, or because they carry momentum, or are
Yeah.
you dropping them?
I'm flinging them like dice.
But yeah, there you go. I just dropped.
That's why.
Yeah.
If you just drop them in there, you don't fly much momentum because it's like curved. So like you going like this isn't like you doing that in real life. It's like it's like exponential, right? So just give it like a little drop.
I
with a
thought it
little
was
bit
like
of movement.
contained in the box. If I let it go in the box.
I mean, it kind of is, but it's not like right on the cursor. It's like there's like a soft zone, kind of like a joystick. But anyway, so a 13, that is a success. You can't exactly determine, but it's fairly likely he was maybe dying when you were here earlier checking the.
They killed each
chapel
other.
out.
They killed each other. They fought.
I was thinking of that too.
They fought. He got away, like with the spear in his back, and he just doesn't quite explain the face in the window, but I'm not sure
This
you
was
weren't
him.
dreaming that anyway. Could have happened after this. Maybe he went, like you said, went to hide in there and found somebody else already hiding in there.
I guess let's drag him to
All
the
right.
garden too.
It's definitely becoming a graveyard now.
Roman. Yeah, I mean, we got the hole already. Fuck it. All right.
We've already committed. It's for Addison. We'll have
That's
really
really
nice.
mixed feelings about the solution.
We have
But,
really great tomatoes. Alright. So yeah, we drag the
Doubts about
fourth
this
body.
whole Saber
Plan?
impersonation plan.
What are your doubts?
what do you think?
If they're here and they find out we're impersonating him, they kill us.
It's
Well,
true.
we're not being
but if-
assholes. I mean, we're just trying to fuck these guys over.
Yes, and if they are here, there's no reason why these assholes would still be here too. They'd either be dead or gone.
Yeah, right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think that's where we're at. I don't think Saber knows yet. There's no reason to think that they know. And if we do decide to sell these lasers, well, you know, they're gonna assume it was these boys.
All right, let's cut this guy up.
But that's something to consider. That's gonna be right
Says
as
the
column
pacifist.
I prefer
Pull
to.
out my hatchet. I'm ready.
Okay, Captain. I guess we know what he wants to do.
Well, I
I'll
didn't
start
see this
hacking
coming.
away.
All right.
I'll
Alright.
start on the other one with the machete. I'll use my combat arm, so it's not going to send me directly to. It's not a sin if it's not actually your part of the body. I'll just say that.
Oh,
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's
good to know.
Okay, I guess just make.
I'm gonna
An
close my good eye and
endurance
only
check?
look at it with my fake eye so that it doesn't send me to hell.
Okay. Well, good to know. I'll write that down later in my GM notes. But for now, I need to think endurance checks from you two.
Endurance.
you know, we're
You
just
saw that
chopping
penalty
bodies-
on
body.
this?
chopping bodies with a robotic arm.
Have we rested
At least
long
most
enough
of the
to take
blood has
this?
clotted.
You haven't rested at all. You never declared that you did.
Ah, fuck. We rested a lot on the mountain.
No,
So that
you
was
did
an
not.
average check. Got one of
Okay.
one effect. Positive.
Oh, I see. All right, so
I'm gonna be resting while they're digging up bodies and hacking them to bits and doing whatever they're doing.
you've dug them up already, and they've begun to kind of work on them. The bodies have been dead long enough now that a lot of the blood has congealed and stuff, so it's not really like
It's not a mess.
a leaking mess, but it is really gross and it super smells. That stage
Watch the
has
bile
begun.
sacks you don't want to break.
So you begin chopping them up. How describe to me, I guess, how you're chopping them. What are you chopping? Are you chopping limbs off of the torso? Are you chopping the head off? What are you trying to do?
What parts did they need?
I mean, I
To
think
be,
any
to be
good.
clear, Dixon, the saber is known for literally like slicing them up into like perfect slices, like with a saw.
I mean, we don't got that kind of time, brother. So we're just gonna hack off arms.
I'm just saying, so you know what to say.
Yeah,
about
right.
it.
Yes. But try to. Again, I don't think we're.
Make slices.
I think we're doing a sloppy job. You gonna make slices?
Do it to
Wouldn't
an
that-
arm or a couple parts.
Like, do they? I mean, do they send? What's the volume look like? Are they delivering like one cube of this dude's face, or are they like doing
Like
the
a
whole
hand,
body?
arm.
They've done the whole body before to people that have really. I mean,
That's
like
not
there's
these
like famous
guys.
examples of it. Whether
But
these
yeah, I think-
guys would
I say we do it quick and dirty.
no.
We're just gonna chop their arms out, you know, just limbs. So just shoulder, hip, and neck. Fuck it.
With a box
So
and
you
a
just-
message that says,
So you're just chopping
"You've heard
everything
our
off of the
name over
torso,
the
leaving the
radio."
torso, and then you're gonna bring the limbs and heads.
I think so. We don't have a vehicle even. We gotta
for
figure
Forrest.
this all out.
Okay. So you're gonna do it to both bodies?
Yeah.
All right. Let me get, I think, 2 more endurance checks from each of you.
What are we talking about here? This is easy work.
Jeez.
It's not.
Have you
about
never chopped a
how
body
hard
up
the work
before?
is. Okay. Ryder, you vomit. And you spend the
Oh,
next
okay, that's fair.
30 or so minutes just kind of dry heaving in the corner there, and makes it take a bit longer.
Okay.
You're still
It's
fine,
not worth
Dixon.
that would do that. Oh, what happened?
2 more
didn't
each.
work.
It's gonna push the time up a little bit. The reddish haze over the land begins to fade as the sun sets now. This bluish hue covering the land, these little sparkles branching out all over. You can see some of the viscera from your chopping kind of even like picking up little bits and flecks of this material in the sand as it covers. It's strangely beautiful and sickening at the same time.
Hard.
Dixon, you failed once as well, so you too spend a good 20-30 minutes vomiting, essentially. By the time you have removed the limbs and heads of both bodies, it has been several hours. It is now 8:40 p.m. You are exhausted, covered in human viscera, and your stomachs are empty from having vomited for the last half hour or so.
Well, it's fun, right, Dixon?
Let's just get this done.
And during that time, could I have looked for like a parcel, like something that we could like put all this stuff in? The limbs.
Yeah, I would say you probably don't need to roll. You could do that with like the wrappings on the cots, maybe even stuff like that, or the pillowcases
Okay.
that from the cots.
I'll bring some stuff up I found. Like, good work, gentlemen. And I'll pass my flask to whoever reaches for it.
It's tough business, but I sort of wave it off and can't stomach that right now.
Wasn't there a shower
Yeah,
in
Yep.
the church? Would it maybe still
is.
work?
should.
Water
It's
isn't turned
natural
off.
water.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
comes from a spring or an aquifer. Dixon, that was the last, or Nixon.
Good.
Roman, that was the last drop from your flask.
All right. I'll refill it with some of that 25.
Okay. So you probably can fill it maybe 5 or 6 more times before the bottle is empty
Sweet.
from the amount you've drank. Or maybe like 4, because you did drink out it, and so did Ryder. That
Yeah,
night.
we drank
So-
last night prior.
Yeah, so like maybe 4 more times.
Cool.
So I can steal it at night 3 more times.
Something like that.
We might finish the bottle after this fucking day.
I think we'll need it after this mess. So, do
So
we
you
go
stuff
tonight?
The limbs and heads and the pillowcases.
I don't think we can afford to
Turn
wait.
off.
We gotta get down there.
I agree.
Should we rest so we don't have negatives?
So I'm wondering.
Well,
If we take like 4 hours, it'll be like 1 a.m., right?
Yeah, when you would leave here.
Roman, can you make any progress on that video? Are we doing the video?
Yes, we could do the video. I could post, Ryder behind like a sheet or something. I have enough skill. I think I can disguise his voice and face enough that they couldn't figure out who we were.
Yeah, just a simple little scrambler,
Ryder, say something short but threatening. Like we don't want to give them too much to pick apart to figure out if it's real or not. We just want them to be scared still. So like something we know, something as simple as that. That might be effective.
You'll find our message in the driveway.
Yes. Or if we're leaving the message with the box. I don't know how you want
the
to
message is the
deliver.
body. Then we just send them this message on the comms
Okay.
and that's it, right?
Yes, I think that will handle most of it. Well, tell them to leave the guns. Yeah, we'll just be very specific. Say, if you leave the merchandise, we will spare your lives.
Could be too much. That's not really
Too much? You don't think? Doesn't sound like Saber.
There's
The saber
Yeah,
wouldn't
just be
spare
like-
anyone's life, right?
You might want to get a head start because we're on the way.
I kind of like the sound of that. Knock, knock, motherfuckers, right?
That's how they do it in the old world.
It's the boogeyman. I guess,
I don't know.
I guess, well, do we have a way to record said message?
You have a comms unit. It will require a electronics computers role to alter the message in such a way to be able to make it seem like it might actually
Does someone have
be something similar.
computers?
And then you'll need whoever's doing the actual speaking for it will have to make a what is it? Shit.
Persuade.
Persuade, maybe. Not persuade. Deception. That's what I was trying to say.
Does someone know a little bit more about computers, maybe?
I do.
You do? Can you take a look at this? Maybe we can rig it somehow. And I give the comms over to Stereo.
Dixon, do you have any deception?
Hope I can give my best shot.
Deception.
I'd have to do unskilled, which is -2, but I think yours is better anyway.
Yeah, I've got negative.
You have that authoritative cop voice as well.
Yes, I think this is a good idea, actually. Alright. Let's see if Stereo can work on the magic.
Oopsie. Do you have electronics computers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do. You have it at 1.
Hell
Oh, you have deception at 1 also.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh shit!
I don't know if that's
Well,
gonna work
I don't know if
though.
that makes sense.
That's a little
Look
weird
at
with an
Aslan.
Aslan, but yeah.
I can't really coming for you, meow.
I mean, I'm not trying to typecast. Maybe Stabers has people
Has
of all
lots of
backgrounds.
Yeah,
Well,
we don't
they
know
are
what they're
they are
built
interstellar.
Yeah.
from. Just like the minute.
I mean, an Aslan might scare these fuckers even more.
I guess that's a fair point.
Even more exotic and fucked up.
I think we'll go with your authoritative
Interesting.
tone.
So
do you think,
I need the
Steve,
computers roll. I need the computers roll if you're gonna try and modify it.
Oh, gross.
Oh, ouch.
Gross.
Nope. You're having a hard time getting it to seem like you think it would pass at all. It's just not enough tools.
Yeah,
here.
it doesn't look very good. Yeah, we would need some equipment.
I'd let you
Should
roll
we keep
again
trying?
if you had equipment, but not with what you currently have.
Thanks for trying. Maybe we just stick to the body.
Could we just do a audio message maybe and leave it with the box? Or just the box? You think that's enough?
Hey, I like it. Yeah, we can
If we
still record a message that says run and leave it with the comm unit with the bodies.
Say you have 1
I
day
was
head
gonna
start.
say if we
Oh,
drop
interesting.
the bodies and then like shoot from somewhere, and they would come out to investigate and then see the bodies, and we wouldn't need a message in that way. That would be a way to get them out to see the bodies.
I kind of like that. It's very spooky and ominous, yes. Duh.
Were you saying you
Shoot
would
one
use the
bullet
message to
into
make
the
draw
house.
them? Were you saying you would use the message to draw them to the bodies, or were you saying just have the message waiting for them there at the box, like on the comms unit? That
Have
this
it
guy
with
had?
waiting.
I was saying that, but you're right. We do want to kind of call them out, but we also want to. It's also part of the fear effect, right? It's like part of the intimidation.
I like the idea of just a random gunshot, bringing them outside and seeing the box with their dead, mutilated friends inside. I'm pretty sure they're scared enough of Saber. Maybe there's something we can do to their comms. Because we have their comm right here. We could somehow get on the comm and be like, pretend to be them somehow. Just voice.
Yeah, just radio and kind of mumble and say, "Hey guys, we're back.
Yes, what would we
We're
say?
coming in the front."
Oh, you mean like
I don't know.
pretend to be?
I don't know.
You pretend to
Yeah,
be Wilhelm.
I thought that's what you were saying, but yeah.
Oh
not
no, I meant
Wilhelm, but
pretend to be Saber.
This
yeah.
little fucker. Oh right, Horus.
Perhaps the body parts are sufficient.
Yeah,
rest
let's
needed.
keep it simple.
Yes.
It's been a long ass day.
Tell me about it. I need a drink and some food to this.
So are you guys gonna take a rest? Oh, your mic just got fucked again.
You humans and your short days.
Yeah.
How far?
Test.
I mean, it's only a few miles hike. I say we get it done. Like it's not gonna
Agreed.
fuck up our endurance. It's not like if we just went over this mountain.
All right, so you take off on your own. Hang off with these sopping sacks of viscera, just limbs and a head, dead, clouded over eyes, and a tongue
Alright, this is
slopping
getting
out the
distasteful.
out the mouth.
Yeah, I'm not carrying any of that. I'm carrying the orb.
Tied off, kind of holding it out from you. as
You
much as
bringing the
can.
orb right to him, huh?
I don't want to lose sight of that thing.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I think you're in too deep.
Dude.
Yeah, we've
All right,
noticed an attachment.
Yeah, I think we got a bagging situation.
So
here.
I do need a so if you follow the road, you don't need a roll for survival to track your way there. If you want to, not yet. If you make your way down, try and shortcut across to get there faster, you will need to roll a survival check. Either way, you don't need to roll an endurance check here because you're heading into like where it's like a lot flatter and there are a lot of paths and things like that down this low on the mountain.
Does the compass help?
Oh yeah, that would give you a boon.
Okay.
I meant to ask that last time. Yeah,
Nice.
and I totally got distracted.
Nice.
Is it
I
boon
mean,
or
yeah,
a
we
DM
should-
+2? I think it's actually DM +2.
We shouldn't do anything crazy, but like if there's an obvious, like if it's like a switchback, we could potentially cut it. Like we know that like
Literally
we
purpose.
kind of saw parallel roads, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But that should be an easy like navigation just to cut through. You can't miss it, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah, unless you're under duress, you basically get an automatic success for the most part with it. So, and if you're just trying to maintain a direction,
Right.
So if you know the exact direction that they're at, you can. It's
And we
pretty
do.
easy. That you still probably would need a survival to like find your way around the mountain, like obstacles and stuff, to make it an actual shortcut. But you won't get lost because of the compass. Your choice. What are you doing?
Let's get it done.
Let's
We'll
clear
use
the
this
chat
compass
for a
as a
second.
shortcut.
Shortcut.
Okay. So you take off into the rough country of the mountain, attempting to make a shortcut towards this homestead. Go ahead and give me a roll for survival.
Survival.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pluses, boons, anything.
DM mod +2. I'll go ahead and give you that. Just hit the +2 button there. That was a loud car. That's a failure, so it's gonna take you the same length of time either way, basically. I mean, actually, it'd probably be like 2 rolls, but
Approaching the road.
yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Okay, so let me go ahead and move the time forward. 1 second. Right, and then you. Oops, it's being weird. There it goes. Okay. It's now 1:30 a.m. on Friday, 11:05/006, the 6th day of 11:05 IC. Just so you know. You are making your way through what is pretty difficult terrain. It doesn't exhaust you anymore, but it is getting to the point where you're going to need a full night's rest pretty soon, or you will start suffering negatives. You can push yourself maybe another day or so, but you're getting really exhausted because your sleep was interrupted earlier today. Then you climbed the mountain and back down, and now you're kind of climbing down the mountain again, carrying bodies after burying bodies and unburying them 3 times. You're beat. It's probably the tiredest you've been since you were in the military, Ryder, like doing like some of the really hard physical training. And it's probably some of the worst things you've seen since you were in the military too. Seeing awful death and just mangled bodies. Never had to do it before, I don't think, but that's where you're at. So, you sound good?
Yep.
Let me fix this real quick. 1 second. All right. So by the time you get there, it is pretty late. 1:30 in the morning. But you do manage to get a pretty decent little vantage point above the farmstead from the angle that you approached. If I can position this with just a modicum of proficiency would be great for me to position this. Okay. Now, I'm gonna leave him in there. I'm gonna remove. There we go. And make sure this is right. 1 second. Sorry, I didn't do this before. I didn't realize that I hadn't.
So we made it to. We're overlooking their camp right now.
You will be. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah. Can't wait till we're done with all this. So, at least we got paid already.
Oh,
That's kinda
your
nice.
mic already got screwed again. That sucks.
We're gonna have to take a break then because I have to restart.
It's fine. We'll be ending really soon. Just give it a second. There's not too much time left. You can go ahead and try and fix it again while we're doing this, and then we'll see. All right. So now let me remove the visibility on it. Perfect. Okay. And close that. I can place you. What I would try these back.
All right, here's where I'm at. You throw one of those smoke grenades out. It makes a bit of noise. You walk up in the smoke, or somebody walks up in the smoke and drops this stuff out, and then walks off. There, the smoke clears, and there's the pile of body parts.
I think
Checkmate.
it would be spookier if we could just sneak in and leave the body parts on the driveway, and then maybe knock on their door with a rifle round.
I like that. Still carrying, you still have that big rifle, right?
I think the doctor had it.
That's right.
Yeah, Roman took it.
Looking at this place though, yeah, it's gonna be pretty open.
Oh, we have a map. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, dude.
You see in the line of sight? I don't know if it's working.
I just see
As long as
everything.
my line of sight is everything.
Everything. Yeah. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
It's dope. It moves, so
Yeah, it's cool. Let me see if I can make it not be weird though. It has
Yeah,
all
like a
those
little
stream
fog
now.
effects on it. It looks neat.
yeah, it's super
Yeah,
fucking
it's really
rad. Holy shit.
Why do you like that? Line of sight. I had this all before.
I say we just kick the box down the mountain. Let it roll into their base. Then we
Hey,
go.
Twitch Gerbil!
Mike's still fucked
What's up,
up,
bud?
by the way. Twist Gerbil,
Yeah,
hey.
sorry. I'm trying to fix this line of sight issue that we're having real quick. Sorry, give me a second.
You are fixing it on stream in case
I
that's
know,
not what you
I've
desired.
I've
That's
changed
fine.
it
That's
so
not a
it's
big deal.
not showing now. Yeah, I didn't care, but why is it doing that now?
I don't want to spoil things for the viewers. Just us. I definitely want us to have a good idea of the layout.
Well, okay, well, I don't know if this is going to work or not. We'll see. I'll try and bring it back to you. Do you see it?
Yep.
Yeah, we still seem to be able to see a lot of stuff though.
Can you see inside the building? That's all I want to know.
Nothing that I can see. Like I can see beds and a table.
Oh, so you can see inside the building to some degree. I
Yeah,
wonder
like
why it's not
sink
working.
wrench.
Well,
Yeah.
at any rate, you stand here overlooking this ranch. Vehicle underneath a tarp, directly to its side. The glimmer of both moons now higher in the sky. Very few clouds, causing the flakes in the ground to shimmer ever so slightly as the moons lightly pass over a impacted road that heads up in a vehicle under a tarp. The road heading back around, seemingly heavily used. A number of tents out front and a coal campfire. And then on your comms, you hear,
Yeah, should be here in just a few minutes, I think. Any moment now, I know he's landed.
what do you do?
How tall is that fence?
About 5 feet tall.
Do we see anybody moving around?
Make a recon int check. I'm still trying to make it work right. Is this changing anything to you?
Nope.
Okay. Not sure why. Getting very
Like I
weird.
don't see any people. If that's
Yeah, they're invisible, so you can't see them. But I was surprised that because it was working for me earlier when I tested it, but now for some reason it's not. It's very strange. I must have somehow turned off the actual line of sight, which is a shame. We'll worry about it next time. When it doesn't matter that much right now because you can't see the people anyway because I have them turned off, so it doesn't really matter. But yes, what do you do other than look at the place? Is there anybody else doing anything while Dixon's trying to get the lay of the land here?
Readying my laser carbine.
Okay. So you pull up your laser carbine, Dixon. You look out, and you can see a couple people moving from between the tents and going inside and coming out. It looks to be like they are moving some of those black crates and getting them ready for a sale. That
They're
must
in
be
there.
imminent.
they're getting their crates ready. Stay rulia, remember. We gotta avoid bloodshed if we can. For Addison.
And that's where we'll pick up next week.
I was gonna say,
Go ahead, you can deliver one more line. It's fine.
we're a little long range for the stunner.
And that's where we'll pick up next week.
So I
Thanks for
started
watching,
blasting.
everybody. We'll see you next
Thank
week.
you guys.
Hey, just so you know, we actually got the line of sight just working, so you can see here that it's working. Yay! More on that next week. Thanks, everybody.
Nah.